Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council meeting of July 24th. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I would ask that you all rise in singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you to our very own Tennille Towns and to the National Film Board for the images of our country. I'd like to now move to our land acknowledgement. The city respectfully acknowledges the Beaver, Cree, Dene, and Métis people as the original caretakers of these lands and surrounding areas. We are grateful to live, learn, work, and play on Treaty 8 territory within Turtle Island, and acknowledge these lands have been home to diverse and sovereign First Nations and Inuit nations since time immemorial. Thank you for that. Moving on to the adoption of the previous council minutes, recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move that council adopt the minutes of the City Council meeting held July 10th, 2023 as presented.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to the next item, the adoption of today's agenda. And I'll look to Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move the council adopt the agenda with the addition of item 7.2, rising above Ministries lease extension.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. Call the question. Please vote. And that too carries unanimously. There are no delegations today, and for those of you who may be watching online, delegations are more than welcome at City Council. There's a simple process. You go online, fill out the form. Whether or not you come in the afternoon or the evening is an option for you. Today, we have no delegations in the morning and this afternoon, or in the afternoon, and this evening we have a public hearing, and there is a few delegations this evening. So moving on to reports, the first report on today's agenda is the 2023 Grande Prairie Police Service budget. With us today, we have a couple members, including our chair from the Police Commission. And so I will turn this to Mr. Lemieux for introduction, and then ask that you join us at the presentation table.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the item is the Grande Prairie Police Service budget, and our chair of the commission and Mr. Chris Manuel will be presenting the report.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And your mics are on. If you could just pull them a little bit closer to you. And then before we get started, maybe just introduce yourself for those who may be watching online.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My name is Dan Wong. I'm the chair of the Grande Prairie Police Commission.
And Chris Manuel, I'm the Executive Director of the Police in Transition.
Great, welcome.
So, Mayor Clayton, we're here today to request the 2023 police service budget in the amount of $3,975,450. That's inclusive of the operational and capital funding needs for this coming year. The funds will financially support the policing transition team, the police commission, and police service through the remainder of the year. That includes the senior level staff for the police service, as well as the senior level officers for this year and all of the equipment that they need. The amount is in line with the MNP Policing Transition Report, and we are a little bit behind in what we'd like to get accomplished this year, so having this funding will allow us to get back on track. Our police chief starts August 28th. We started our commission pretty much in the middle of May, and I realized that the condensed timeline to get everything on track for December 31st requires now that we hire a consultant for some branding. We want to get some of the additional hiring at least set up for our police chief, so he's agreed to work in conjunction with us before he officially starts to get the job descriptions all written up. We can hire the recruiting firms to get those things advertised so that he can get out on the ground running, and all of that does require some funding.
Perfect. So with that, I have a couple of councillors in the queue. Recognize Councillor Berg with questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Looking at the funding source for this, it says transfer from reserves. I'm to assume directly or indirectly this is the province's contribution to the city?
I'll just refer that to our CFO, Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. That's correct. So it is the provincial funds. We received $5.4 million so far, and so that's what will cover this $3.9 million.
Great, thank you.
Recognizing Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Can you just remind me how many officers we plan to staff by the end of the year should all go as dreamed of?
Mr. Manuel?
Yes, certainly. So for this fiscal year, 2023, the intent is to have 6 police officers hired, and that will be the core of the transition team, including senior command, recruiting officers, and training officers.
And we're in line to get that accomplished.
Correct.
I'd just like to note that our chief police will start his job on my anniversary, so that has to be a good sign.
Thank you for your color commentary. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just curious on the funding in our package. It's not a lot of line items on it, and just realizing we're just starting on this process. I'm just wondering, moving forward with council's lens on this, is the bigger picture financing going to be on the city or on the municipal police force website of a more of an expanded view, and that's how this would look? Or I'm just curious on how that looks moving forward.
I can turn to Mr. Manuel or Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So it is still something that we're building out, but the GPPS will still be reported alongside with the operations of the city quarterly. So that is something that'll be available to the public. Whether there's additional reporting online, I'll let Mr. Manuel speak to that. But when it comes to our normal reporting quarterly, we will be including GPPS in that.
That's good. Thank you.
Mr. Manuel, should we expect to see an expanded sort of look at the financials on the Grande Prairie Police website?
I'd say the expanded financials on the website's something that will be, I guess, further discussed with the commission. That being said, I was just going to echo that the level of detail that council sees in relation to all of its departments is a similar level of detail that would be seen from the police commission. The only other piece to that is the police commission has a finance committee, and in conjunction with the finance committee, the committee business from that committee will be addressed at the regular meetings of the commission, which are open to the public, and we'll have minutes and whatnot taken as well.
Okay. All right. So I see no one else in the queue. There is some business arising, and I would ask that Councillor O'Connor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move that council approve the allocation of the funds for the 2023 Grande Prairie Police Service budget as presented.
Thank you. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue with questions or discussion, debate, please vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to item 7.2, Rising Above Ministries lease extension. I will turn this over to Mr. Halliday and Mr. Johnson. I'll give them a minute to get set up. It is in council's package, and if you remind council, those who may be watching, this was a presentation to council in June, looking for a renewal, an extension for an additional 32 years on their lease. And Mr. Halliday, maybe you can just get a bit of an overview.
So this afternoon's report is regarding the extension of the existing lease between the City of Grande Prairie and Rising Above Ministries for the use of city land located at 11007 106 Street. Assuming that council has had the opportunity to review the report and fuel, I will provide a brief summary and then take questions. The property was purchased from the province in 2014 and has been leased to Rising Above Ministries since 2016 for a community outreach facility. At the June 26, 2023 City Council meeting, Rising Above Ministries requested an extension of their lease for up to 40 years to construct a 3-story building on the property. After review of the current lease, which began in 2016 and has 8 years remaining, administration is proposing to extend it by 32 years through an amending agreement, resulting in a total lease term of 40 years. The extension aims to provide the necessary security for funding the proposed building expansion by Rising Above Ministries, while ensuring that all terms of the existing lease agreement remain in full effect. There's no identified environmental or economic impacts associated with the lease extension, and the proposal meets the requirements of City Policy 602 and the Municipal Government Act. Overall, extending the lease will support Rising Above Ministries' expansion plans, contribute to the community's well-being, and ensure long-term provision of treatment facilities within the community. The extension also aligns with City Council's strategic priorities of building engaging relationships and creating an inclusive, caring community.
Perfect. Thank you for your introduction. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So my only question, this lease, it's in the $1 to $2 a year ballpark from what I understand, so it's not going to financially impact Rising Above?
Mr. Halliday?
Through the Mayor, that is correct. We're proposing a $1 annual lease, which is their current terms of their existing lease.
Wonderful, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, I was looking for any business arising. Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that council extend the existing lease with Rising Above Ministries for the use of city-owned land, Plan 1421696, Block 6, Lot 22, which is 11007 106th Street, for an additional 32 years. And in speaking to this motion, Rising Above provides an excellent service to the City of Grande Prairie and to the people who live here. Whether you access their services or not, you still benefit from the work they do in our community, and I'm happy to support them.
Perfect. Thank you for that motion. That is in order. Seeing no discussion or debate, I will call the question. And that carries unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Moving on to committee business. First up today is Council Committee, the whole meeting held July 12th. And I'm just looking for, thank you, Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move the council adopt the minutes of the Council Committee of the whole meeting held July 12th, 2023 as presented.
Perfect. That motion is in order. Seeing no discussion or debate, I'll call the question. It's not loading. Okay. All right, we'll do it verbally since it's not loading. Councillor Palat,
In
start with
favor.
you. Bressie?
In favor. Oh,
There we go. Thank you. There we go. Okay. Moving on to item 8.2 in today's package, the Operational Services Committee meeting held July 18th. Councillor Bosch is not with us today. Councillor Thiessen is unable to be here as well, so I would ask that Councillor O'Toole introduce this, please.
Will adopt the minutes of the Operational Services Committee meeting held July 18th, 2023, as presented.
Thank you for that. I'll call the question. Just having a few technical difficulties. I'll just go around the table. Councillor Blackmore, how do you vote? O'Connor?
In favor.
Berg?
In favor.
Palat?
In favor.
Resi?
In favor.
O'Toole?
In favor.
Mayor Clayton in favor. So that passes unanimously. Moving on to the first item of business, Councillor O'Toole, Policy 613, Specialty Crosswalk Painting Application. And if you would like, Mr. Hutchinson is here. We could do a brief introduction of that, or if there's questions from council, as this was a committee discussion, I will recognize councillors now with questions.
Are you come prepared to...
Well, if there's no questions, he doesn't need to come up. Nobody's in the queue with questions.
There you go. You got off easy.
All right, Councillor O'Connor. So now if you could come up and join us, Mr. Hutchinson. Go ahead, Councillor O'Connor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Mr. Hutchison. In conversation earlier, I understand that the schools can't be between the crosswalks on the road as it's problematic. Could you clarify that for us, please?
Thank you, through the mayor. That is correct. The municipalities have an obligation to follow prescribed signs as defined in the MUTCD. That's the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, and anything other than what's proposed in the MUTCD would contravene national standards and national guidance.
Okay. Is it out of order to be able to go back to the schools and say, can you use your sidewalk in front of the school or on their property to paint whatever design they want?
Through the mayor, if I may, certainly my personal preference would be to have that dialogue with the schools and propose that we find an alternate location that would be less disruptive or less likely to distract pedestrians and drivers. So yes, I would be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll just give an opportunity for other questions from council. Seeing none, I'll go to the business arising. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I move that council approve policy 613, being the specialty crosswalk painting application.
And recognize Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move an amendment to this, if that's in order.
Yep.
I would move that council strike section 4, fees. And to speak to this, I also hope the council either won't give readings to the following bylaw or will defeat that bylaw. I really think that these sidewalks that we've seen in the community so far provide great value to the community. I think they pretty up some intersections that need prettying up. I think they build a sense of social inclusion. I think they create a sense of belonging for those who are involved. And I note that the groups that are talking to us about these sidewalks are often groups with fairly humble means when it comes financially. I think that the idea of charging them $500, while I get that we've got real costs in this attached to our traffic control, well, we've got soft costs anyways attached to our traffic control. That $500 fee that's being recommended isn't super significant in the grand scheme of the city's budget. It would be very significant to some of these groups. And I'm not comfortable going back to them and saying, hey, not only do you have to buy all the paint, line up all the volunteers, do all the labor, but you've also, or sorry, do all the labor, but you've also got this fee on top of that. So I hope that council will support this amendment.
So that amendment is in order. Recognize Councillor Blackmore.
I think I answered my own question. So you're asking for the entire $500 fee to be strict.
So item
stricken
4
from
in the
policy?
draft policy would be
Okay.
removing the fees.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm good.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm curious where the $500. I appreciate we have to come up with a number, but I'm just to get background before I can agree with. I'm just wondering where the $500 number come from. Is it so many hours it's still going to take city administration to work through with a proponent, or how did we come to that number?
Mr. Hutchinson.
Through the mayor, that is correct. It's perceived to be half the cost of a truck and some labourers to put out the barricades. So it's recognised that the city would cover 50% of those fees, and the remaining 50% would come from the applicants.
Okay, so it's already a discounted rate.
That is correct.
Yeah, I got to think. I'm struggling with this one, Councillor Bressi. I just think it's a slippery slope. I appreciate groups are being involved, but there's user groups that come to us all the time for things, and so I got to give some thought to that because I'm really struggling the slope we could go on down here with saying it's tough for this group, but this group it's okay that we're charging them user fees because we charge user fees across the board, and it sounds like we're doing it at a 50% rate. So you need to persuade me.
Just a clarification, can you remind me previous sidewalks? I know they paid for paint, or sorry, remind me how the financial arrangement was in previous sidewalks around the municipality.
Thank you, through yourself. With the previous speciality crosswalks, the city has covered the cost of traffic accommodation, and the applicant purchases the paint and provides the labour as well. So there's no change in that instance, but we're just acknowledging the fact that there is a fee for traffic accommodation, and being the specialist, we would rather do that ourselves rather than have the third party organise the traffic lane closures.
Great. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Off the top of my head, I can think that this would impact, to date, 2 crosswalks. Is there just only 2?
Mr. Hutchinson.
You're absolutely correct. There are 2 crosswalks that we paint on an annual basis. We have the Pride crosswalk, which is just outside City Hall. We also have the Friendship crosswalk on 97th Avenue. So those are the 2 crosswalks that I think you're referring to.
Yep, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
Mayor Clayton, I have a point of order question. Because we're at first reading, which has no discussion or debate, and we
Actually not.
So it was first reading for one bylaw, and then there was an amendment of that bylaw.
So this is approving the policy, and he's amending the policy. Then we'll go into the bylaw in the first
and have
second,
first
third
reading then.
readings. Yep.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Okay, good. So, Councillor Bressie's amendment is in order. It's to remove item 4 from policy 613. The draft is in your package. I will give Councillor Bressie an opportunity to close
Great. Well,
on the amendment.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Council, for considering this. 2 thoughts as I close. One, this isn't like we're going out and hiring contractors to do the traffic control for us, and there's hard costs associated with this. We're using our internal staff, and this is a soft cost that we're absorbing. And Councillor Plott, I think it's a great point that was raised about we charge other user groups for things, but it's just this is different than most user groups that are internal focused. When I'm booking a gym for my kids to go play sports, when I'm a user group who's going out and using a facility, I fully expect to pay a portion of the cost of my use of this. But these are groups that are doing things that are putting up some public infrastructure and communicating a sense of inclusion or whatever it is they're communicating for the benefit of the wider community and for many, many people outside of their group. And so for me, it's similar to when we've got a neighborhood association, planting an orchard. I've been part of several of those plantings. We often have significant time from our staff put into helping them plant that orchard. And we say to the neighborhood association, hey, you have to buy the trees. Although often we give them a grant for that, but we say you have to buy the trees, but we don't charge them the time of our staff to go and help plant that orchard. I know when I do stuff on the disc golf course, often staff are helping me figure out how to do it, and they're not charging us for that. Usually when user groups are beautifying or making better public spaces for the benefit of the wider community, we don't usually charge them. So in my opinion, if we approve this fee, this would actually be a really unusual fee in our current practice of how we interact with various organizations around the community. So I hope council will support this.
All right, that's Councillor Bressy's close on the amendment. I'm just trying to see if for some reason the amendment's not loading, but there we go. Council amend the policy and, sorry, this is the amend. So we're amending the policy by striking section 4. Call the question, please vote. Councillor O'Connor, how do you vote? And Councillor Plott?
I'm not in favor.
Okay. Councillor O'Connor opposed. Councillor Plott?
Opposed.
Councillor Plott opposed. And that carries 4-3. So now we'll go to the main motion, which is approving policy 613 as amended. Councillor Bressy, who made the original? Councillor O'Toole, please. Would you like to close, or you're good on that?
No, I think we had a great debate at committee, and I think enough questions were asked at that time, and I think we're good to go with this.
Perfect. So I'll call the question on the amended policy 613. Please vote.
Plott in favor.
And that carries 5-2. Moving on to now bylaw C-1395M, being an amendment to the fees, rates, and charges bylaw. I guess sorry, Councillor Bressy?
Sorry, are we moving on to the
Yes.
transit one? If I'd like to do one other point of business on the last item, if I may.
Sure. If you just let me get through my stuff, that'd be great.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were moving on to the next agenda.
No.
item. My apologies.
So we're not going to do the fees and rates and bylaw charges. We are now going to move on to C-1395L, which is the fees, rates, and bylaw charges. And I think that's where your transportation item is, Councillor Bressy. Or am I incorrect? Hang on, though. But we're not amending it if we're not taking any fees. So we're not doing 3 readings on something we're not amending. Unless I'll look at the legislative services manager.
Well, I was pretty in good shape when I got here, and I'm a little confused now.
Right. We're not amending the fees and bylaws, so there's no need to amend it. No, I think we're good. Unless anybody wants to make a motion to amend that from our agenda, otherwise it's not required. So now we'll move on to the next item.
And I've got more on the specialty crosswalk.
Okay, apologies. Go ahead, Councillor Bressy.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to move the council direct administration to give the Rainbow Crosswalk an exemption from the Arterial roadway piece of this policy. And just to speak to this, what this policy says is that we will not allow specialty crosswalks on arterial roadways unless given a special exemption. We heard at committee that administration intends to give that exemption to this sidewalk, but I think that's our current administration. Administrations can change, and this particular sidewalk can become touchy in the community at times, and so I think it's worth council being explicit that we expect this particular sidewalk to remain. So I hope council will support this motion.
So I guess the amendment probably should have been done before the final, because you're amending the policy 613.
No, sorry, I'm not trying to get it written into the policy. We just passed a policy.
Yeah.
And now it might be a little bit unusual, but I think council can direct administration to take certain actions under a policy. So now that we've passed that policy, I'm moving that we direct administration to take specific action under that.
Yeah, I guess it should, in my opinion, it would have been an amendment in the policy identifying that item, but That's okay. So your motion is in order. I'll recognize Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I guess my question is around the other crosswalk, the Friendship Center one. Why would it not also fall under the same criteria? I know we discussed it a little bit at committee, but I'd just like some clarity on why there's one that needs an exemption while the other doesn't.
Mr. Hutchinson? I mean,
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I've got anything to add to that.
So it's not an arterial road, so it doesn't constitute the need to be identified.
Yep.
Okay.
The reason I'm making this is because specifically our policy says you're going to put one on an arterial road, you have to have an exemption. That one doesn't require an exemption of the policy.
I appreciate the information.
No problem. Okay. So, Councillor Bressy's motion is in your package under item number 7, if you scroll down. So the motion is to direct administration to give the Rainbow Crosswalk an exemption from the arterial crosswalk section of policy 613. I'm just going to check with our CAO if that's clear enough in your opinion. I mean, if the Rainbow Crosswalk were to move locations, although it does identify the arterial crosswalk section, so are you comfortable with as is, or would you like it to be a little more specific to the location?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I think I'm comfortable the way it is, as long as Mr. Hutchinson is as well.
Perfect.
And then if there's ever any question down the road, we can just refer back to the motion.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I just need to clarify, so this would give them an exemption at a specific location or an exemption within that district?
Within arterials.
So I'm struggling with this a little bit. So now, hypothetically, they could come in and say we want 7 rainbow crossings in 7 areas and not have to pay fees on any of them. Am I missing something on that? Or
Yeah. I'll give you an opportunity, Councillor Bressy, to answer that question.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that, Councillor Plott. So maybe the mayor will allow me to do a friendly amendment. Maybe I'll say that council direct administration to approve the rainbow sidewalk in its current location.
Thank you. Which is an exemption from the arterial. Yeah, perfect. If we can just add those words in the current location. All right, Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. This question is to Mr. Hutchison. In regards to a crosswalk, didn't your regulations say it had to have the white stripe reflective lines around that crosswalk?
The arterial.
Through the Mayor, you're absolutely correct. This is a recommendation by the Transport Association of Canada in order to aid the visually impaired and also automated vehicles. In order for it to recognise that it is an accredited crosswalk, we will ensure that all decorative and speciality crosswalks will have the white parallel painted lines that are retroreflective.
Okay. Would you accept a friendly amendment to that motion to add the reflective lines so it doesn't get missed? Right now, it doesn't meet standard, the Rainbow Walk.
Councillor Bressy.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessary because I think administration could probably do that without the friendly amendment, but I am also not opposed to it. It doesn't change my intent. So if
Yeah, his intent is in regards to the location exemption. It's not about the design of the sidewalk, so I think we're okay. But if you want that clearly identified, I would think it would be outside.
I'm just going to refer. Should it be, is that clear for your department?
Again, through the chair, we will make sure that all speciality and decorative crosswalks, including the Friendship and also the Pride crosswalk, will have the parallel white lines in retroreflective. So I don't think there would be further clarification needed in the policy.
Okay, thank you. And it's yours to take away.
Councillor Bressy to close.
Great. Well, thank you for the discussion. Thank you for helping me wordsmith this, council. I hope the council will pass this motion. Again, I think that it's an important sidewalk here, and we want to make sure that we show our support for it and make sure that if the current administration changes, that it's clear to future administrations that we prioritize this sidewalk here. I think it was quite intentionally picked for being in the middle of the government district and being near the library and being near the Montrose. So I think that is an important location for this particular sidewalk.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify, Councillor Bressy, the motion has been a little bit amended. Does it meet your intent? That council direct administration to approve the Rainbow Crosswalk in its current arterial location. Perfect. I'll call the question.
Bressie in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Any other business regarding policy 613? Seeing none, moving on to bylaw C-1395L, a fees, rates, and charges bylaw amendment.
And with that, I will move council give first reading to bylaw C-1395L, being an amendment to the fees, rates, and charges bylaw.
Perfect. And just for those who are watching, this is an amendment in the fees, rates, charges bylaw following the decision the council made that youth 6 to 17 will ride transit for free. It also cleaned up a little bit of wording under the Northwest Polytech students' classifications and price fares. So the package is in front of you, council. Seeing nobody in the queue, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on, Councillor O'Toole, do you happen to have any highlights from the meeting?
Ooh. We didn't. That was basically it. We had the policies, the policy reviews, and that was about it.
Okay. And my mistake, we did first reading there, but we need to go back. So that was first reading. There's no discussion or debate, and that's possibly why some of you weren't in the queue. But we will now move Councillor O'Toole to the second item. So what happens when Councillor Bressie tries to muddle things up?
I know. I'm a little annoyed myself. I move the council have third reading of bylaws.
Second, please.
Second reading of bylaw C-1395L.
Perfect. So that motion is in order. This is an opportunity, council, for discussion or debate on the amendment to the fees, rates, and charges bylaw. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call to question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole.
I asked Dylan to be quiet for a few minutes so we can move on. I move the council have third reading of bylaw C-1395L at this meeting.
Perfect. That motion is in order. In order for us to have third reading here tonight, this must pass unanimously. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. Councillor O'Toole. Sorry, and that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole.
I think we're on a roll here now. I move the council give third reading to bylaw C-1395L, being an amendment to the fees, rates, and charges bylaw.
All right, that motion is in order. This is third reading for tonight on bylaw C-1395L. Call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Now, you identified your highlights were pretty much the business that we took care of. So unless you have anything else, Councillor O'Toole.
No, that meeting was filled with a lot of good conversation and debate, and we got the results tonight. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Moving on to the Public and Protective Services Committee meeting of July 18th, and I'll recognize Committee Chair, Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd move the council adopt the minutes of the Public and Protective Services Committee meeting held July 18th, 2023 as presented.
Perfect. That motion is in order. Call the question. And that carries unanimously. A couple items of business. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move the council approve grant funding in the following amounts: $10,900 and gift in kind in the amount of $2,800 to the Canadian Motorcycle Tourism Association, $1,000 to the Grande Prairie Filipino Basketball League for sport hosting, $1,000 to the Grande Prairie Aquarium Swim Club for sport hosting, and $1,000 to the Grande Prairie Cricket Association for sport hosting. Just speak to this. I know that behind all of these events is some fantastic volunteers. So thank you so much to all the volunteers that make this such a great community to live in.
Perfect. That motion is in order. If I recall correctly, at committee, there was a discussion that somebody potentially wanted to split these. That is appropriate if somebody wants to, but I don't see anyone in the queue, so I will call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move the council approve an additional $1.2 million for the Coordinated Care Campus project funded from the Future Expenditures Reserve.
Perfect. That motion is in order. For those who may be watching online, committee had a breakdown of these projects or of this financial ask. There was several items in it, primarily around the kitchen, around the facade, etc. I see no one in the queue, so I'm going to ask council if someone would consider making a motion to postpone this motion. This work is work that is required on the facility. I think that when we get to a point of having discussions in regards to what that community kitchen could look like, we would all agree that it's great success to see people moving into the facility. Having the facade refreshed would be a priority. However, representatives of the provincial government are in our community this week. I am having meetings with Minister Nixon as well as Minister Williams. I think that there's an opportunity for another conversation with the province in regards to their support. We know previously that we didn't qualify for grants for various reasons. We didn't meet the criteria as outlined in the original funding streams. And I think that now that the facility is ready to receive residents, and now that the facility has somewhat pivoted in regards to its operational model, I think it's an opportunity for us to have conversations with the province again. So I would hope that one of my colleagues would be willing to make that motion to postpone this discussion to the next council meeting, which will be August 21st. I see a couple of people in the queue. I'll recognize Councillor O'Connor first.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move that we postpone this meeting till August 21st.
And just the motion, unless you want to go home for the night.
Okay, I move to postpone this decision to the August 21st.
Thank you. So that motion is in order. It would be to postpone the discussion regarding an additional $1.2 million for the Coordinated Care Campus to the August 21st council meeting. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I was probably happy to make the motion. I just wanted to ask one quick question for admin. In delaying this, is there any issues? We're still going to continue flowing along with the project. I'm sure it's, I'm assuming it's cash flowing fine. From our own operations. Is there any issue if we didn't put this today? Would there be any stalls on the project?
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So no, there are no implications. So we have already reviewed that potential delay, and there are no implications.
Okay, no, I'm happy to support the motion and appreciate it. I think that's a good pivot, and if we get some other funding, that would be amazing. So thanks.
Go for it, Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I'm just concerned about landscaping. Will this affect that, as we're got a very short timeline? And I'm just wondering if we shouldn't amend this to allow at least the landscaping to get in, or if it's not possible, then we should just let it go till next year. Can you clarify that for me?
Chief Lemieux, I know in specifics we talked about the facade, et cetera, but could you address the concerns potentially of timing of landscaping if postponing this decision till August 21st?
Yeah, there's quite a bit of work that's required in planning for landscaping. So most of the landscaping work won't happen until the spring anyway. So no, there's no impact.
Thank you.
All right. So the motion is in your e-scribe. Call the question. And that carries unanimously. Any highlights from your meeting, Councillor Bressie?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. The one thing I will highlight from the Director Service Area update is the Leisure Centre is coming down, and many residents have some great memories of that Leisure Centre. Right now, there is on our website, there's an engagement page asking residents to share stories, videos, pictures of the Leisure Centre that will be put into a project for the community to remember that great building with. So if anybody's got great memories of the Leisure Centre, such as when they did a pole and ultimate frisbee that went full field and they managed to catch it for a point, I'd encourage residents to share those stories.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bressie. Moving on to item 8.4, the Financial Administration Services Committee meeting of July 18th, and I'll refer to Councillor Bressie, who was the deputy chair that day.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move the council adopt the minutes of the Financial and Administrative Services Committee meeting held July 18th, 2023 as presented.
That motion is in order. I will call the question. And carries unanimously. Moving on to the business, Councillor Bressie.
Mayor Clayton, I would move on behalf of the committee that council provide the Swan City Hockey Association an interest-free payment deferral period for up to 3 years on their outstanding loan from the city, with repayments beginning again in July 2026.
All right, so that motion is in order. Opportunity for discussion or debate. Councillor Blackmore.
I would ask council to support this motion. Swan City Hockey Association did come to us previously and discussed their ongoing financial challenges that they're facing right now. And while they asked for a waiver of that loan, this is, I think, a good compromise in that it gives them time to get their financial house in order and to have some breathing room and some success before we once again either discuss this or they start making payments. So I would look for council to support this motion.
All right. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, also just want to echo Councillor Blackmore's comments. I'm happy with this, how administrations frame this and it being kind of a pushback for a few years. I'm so happy to support. I do hope as a council we have an opportunity to work with the storm and have a good sit down and talk about a holistic plan long term and what that looks like. I think that was another thing that we talked about in that meeting. So happy to support today, but I do hope that we're having a conversation with the storm about how we can further support them moving forward to get them in a more successful position.
Perfect. Any other discussion or debate? I just want to echo some of Councillor Plott's comments and Councillor Blackmore's comments. I agree that working with this organization is something strategically that is of value to not only the downtown but the city as a whole. We know that on a regular basis that this organization is top 1 or top 2 in attendance in the league. We also know that teams across the league are suffering, and this is not a unique situation. I do believe that overall, though, there is an opportunity for organizations such as Swan City Hockey, such as the past Weekend Street Performers Festival, other organizations, to work more closely with the city in regards to sharing the great offerings that our city has. So I look forward to future discussions about how, as an organization who has a network of systems, can work with nonprofits to share what the nonprofits are providing to our community and to our region. They provide entertainment, they provide education. These nonprofits do excellent work, and in order for them to be successful, it's not always about writing a check or supporting them financially. It's quite often just about sharing their message. So I look forward to future discussions on that. Recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Of course, we've got some beautiful weather now, and we're enjoying the community that we have. We are a winter city, and finding entertainment options in the winter that you could take your family to that are nice and affordable and yet entertaining are something that I'm not willing to go backwards on. So we need to find out ways that we can keep the Grande Prairie Storm a viable option. And I think, again, echoing Councillor Palott's comments, administration found a great compromise that I think works for the citizens of Grande Prairie, but also for the storm.
All right. Seeing no one else in the queue, I will call the question. Please vote. And that carries 6-1. Councillor Bressie, an additional item of business.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton.
Or the next, not an additional, sorry.
I would move that council approve the mid-year budget requests as presented in our agenda package.
Perfect. So those are identified individually. Are you suggesting we do them as a whole, or do you want to do them as identified in the e-scribe one at a time?
The chair's preference, although my recommendation would be if somebody wants to split out a particular one, allow them to split that particular one out, but I'm happy to move them one at a time if the chair would prefer.
I'm happy to do them as a whole unless I see somebody. Nobody's moving too quickly and no one's in the queue, so I will take that as one motion with all of the items in the motion. Opportunity for discussion, debate, and seeing none. Councillor Bressie, if you would like to speak to it and consider it closed, that would be great.
Yeah, thank you. I'd encourage council to support this motion. These are responsible asks that our administration gathered together, and I know the hard work our CLT does vetting these, so I'm confident that there were a lot of no's that never made it past CLT. And I also know that council at the committee meeting, we did have a long and robust time to ask questions, to talk about these. And so I hope that we will approve these things. I think every single one of these projects is something that will substantially move forward a strategic priority or two that this council has in order to better our community.
Perfect. Those comments or that close is in order. I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. Highlights from your meeting, Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. Two things I will highlight from our Director Service Area update is, number one, this year our tax collection rate actually went up over past years. And unknown if that's because we extended City Hall hours or if that's because people are more willing to pay, but I'm sure it's a combination of both. And so that's good to hear that we're not having as many people who are going to be incurring penalties for paying late. So I hate to see when those penalties come in. And the other thing I'll highlight is we've got IT and GIS is doing an enterprise licensing audits to make sure that we're right-sizing the operational requirements of our enterprise software. So often the public doesn't get to see our staff who are in the upper floors of City Hall supporting us as a larger corporation, but I know those people do good work, and it's really great when they're not just doing work to support the organization, but also to make sure we're spending tax dollars more efficiently as we're doing our work. So thank you to everybody who's in the midst of that project.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Moving on to item 8.5, the Strategy and Communication Services Committee meeting of July 18th. And I'll look to Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would like Council to adopt the minutes of the Strategy and Communication Services Committee meeting held July 18th, 2023 as presented.
And that motion is in order. I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Some highlights from your meeting, Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So Chief McEachern updated us on a few things. Records management process is underway. Corporate communications, and I'm a stats guy, so I'm going to throw out some stats here. Administration continues to support the Grande Prairie Police Service Transition Team and Police Commission with communications, including an announcement of the inaugural police chief. The website, since its launch on June 6, there have been 5,475 views, the majority of which have been on the careers page, which is very encouraging. Citizen Contact Center has received 2,700 inquiries over the last 2 weeks, including requests for information on the outdoor pool in Eastlink Center. Grande Prairie accessible transit applications are being expedited, with the process now taking 48 hours instead of 3 to 6 weeks. Intergovernmental Affairs, Grande Prairie Powwow met with huge success, very well attended. And a joint economic development event will be held with the MD and county come September. Human resources change management session took place, and that was very positive. And a mental health strategy is being developed with a badge of life. And corporate marketing, the triathlon, another successful event. Sponsorship was $12,250 in cash, and $40,000 value in kind for media partners. So thanks to them, along with food and prizes. And Recreation and Parks Month wrapped up video, and it was published and receiving great feedback from the community, staff, and council.
Your update, Councillor Berg. I just had a question for our CFO, point of clarification. In the last item of business, the mid-year budget requests, it initially in the appendix had an item that previously was discussed in the council meeting of the $1.2 million for the coordinated care campus. And I just want to point of clarification that the expectation of the approval here today would not include that as previously discussed on the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. That's right. We'll take the motion to postpone the decision on that. So it would be everything else on that list, excluding the CCC.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Moving on to item 9, correspondence. There is a piece of correspondence in your package received from our neighbor and friend, Councillor Reeve Marshall, rather. It identifies his sincere acknowledgement of appreciation for our organization's support in the wildfire that we faced previously this year. As we know, we've had, as a council, a significant amount of conversations around the excellent job that the region did in regards to safeguarding the community. But we know in particular that we wanted to highlight the work that our organization did. So I appreciate Councillor Reeve Marshall's letter here acknowledging the collaborative effort and the hard work that our organization did to support their organization. And so I appreciate Councillor Reeve Marshall sending this letter, and it's in your package for your information. However, I would appreciate a motion to receive it for information. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move that council receive this correspondence for information and wonderful partnership. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Connor. Call the question. Councillor Berg.
In favor.
And that carries unanimously. There were no delegations earlier today. There are no notices of motion. We will now take our recess and we'll be back at 6 p.m. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon or good evening, and welcome back to the City Council meeting of July 24th. We are now in our evening session. We will start with delegations, and we have 2 of our 3 delegations that are able to make it this evening. First, item 13.1, Ms. Susan Schneider. If you would like to make your way up, it's great to see you. I'll give you a couple of minutes, and maybe Councillor Plott, if you could move that the chair away from the desk for me, please, and get the mic positioned so that, okay, we'll leave them there for you. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, nope. Please join us. Once we get set up, we'll give you a couple seconds here to get set up, and I'll turn your mic on. If you could do me a favor and move the mic just a little closer to her so that when she's ready, perfect. Even closer. It'll slide right up. Just because Councillor Connor will complain otherwise, so. Yeah.
And I speak really, really soft.
Well, there we go. Well, welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight. As for those who are watching online, delegations are welcome to the afternoon session or the evening session. It's a really simple form online that you fill out to let us know ahead of time you are coming. We ask that delegations take about 5 minutes to speak to council on any topic that they may wish. Following the 5 minutes, I'll give you an opportunity to take questions from council. And then, if you weren't aware, we deal with delegation business at the end of our meeting. So whenever you're ready, Ms. Schneider, just go ahead, introduce yourself, introduce your guests, and then please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself, Susan Schneider, and 2 neighbors. This is Ken Westgard on the end and his wife, Melanie. I have another neighbor, Colin Woodcock. This is my assistant, Darian. She's not speaking at all tonight. She's assisting me.
Perfect.
Our 3 homes overlook the Head and Salmon Park. Our neighborhood has coexisted fairly peacefully with the Cricket Association for the past 10 years. We understand the park is a sports field. It always has been. In the previous years, the cricket players would move the batting pitch onto the main pitch in the middle of the park. On the weekends, they would slide it off, play their games. This worked fine. The batting cage was far enough away that the balls didn't hit anybody. The sound, we could hear it, but it was very gentle. Noise was not an issue. Things were relatively fine until now. In May, the City of Grande Prairie engineering team and the Parks Department allowed the Cricket Association to install a practice cricket pitch directly behind the fence of our homes. Our neighbors, we 3 neighbors that overlook the park where this pitch is located, are very, very upset. First picture. Mayor, we have a photograph.
Perfect, and just turn it perfect. Thank you.
It is very disrespectful that we, the homeowners, taxpayers, property owners, were not consulted or advised as to what was happening behind our homes. Colin, the one neighbor, came home from work, was shocked to see the ugly cage behind his backyard. Ken and Melanie found out when they were building forms and pouring the cement. I found out by the extra noise in the backyard. I don't think the Cricket Association or the city even considered us homeowners who were living right behind the pitch. They seem to do what they want. Next picture. The park is huge and there is plenty of space. At the south end of the park, there are no homes or people to have to worry about. I was told with the area being a storm pound, the locations were limited. The main pitch is in an open storm pound area of the park with no problems. I questioned the engineer that approved the pitch location without notifying the homeowners. Next. The new location of the practice pitch is not safe at all. Nobody realized that there would be several cricket balls that miss the cage and fly into backyards. Colin has over 10 cricket balls in his backyard, and he feels unsafe to be outside. Also, along our back fence line, several people walk their dogs, and they could easily be hit. Another thing, the cricket pitch is lined up directly in the playground. Ken has noticed a ball traveling very fast into the playground area. I was told staff are monitoring the distance of batting relating to safety. I really do think it's just a matter of time before someone gets hit, hopefully not a child. The new practice pitch is extremely noisy since it's directly behind our homes. We hear the bat hitting the ball constantly, one after the other, the cage rattling every time the ball hits a metal cage, as well as a crowd of people yelling and cheering. Every evening, it's every single evening. Now that it's summer, windows are open. Even without the windows being open, we still hear it. Since the new pitch was installed, we really can't enjoy our decks or backyards anymore because it's so annoying every evening. The location of the practice pitch has ruined the aesthetics of our homes. When we purchased our homes, it was a nice green space behind. Now it's ruined. We see an ugly batting cage to look at. One homeowner now has their house up for sale, partly because of this pitch. One of my friends saw the location of it, and their statement was, "I would never want a house with that in my backyard." The pitch has ruined our view, devalued our homes, and their home will probably be sold at a lower price. As stated earlier, the way the cricket players previously practiced was fine. There was no reason for a separate pitch. As council members, would you want to look at this ugly cage/pitch with players yelling while your children or grandchildren are dodging cricket balls in your backyard every evening? The pitch should never have been built since it wasn't consulted with property owners. It's not in a suitable location. It's not safe, very noisy for property owners, lowers property values, and not necessary. For the above reasons, we would like to have the new practice cricket pitch removed from its current location. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Schneider. I will open it up to council for questions. I'll remind council, questions are for the delegation. We'll have an opportunity to ask administration questions at the end of our meeting when we deal with delegation business. So I see no one in the queue, so thank you. There's, at this point, no questions for you. However, I'm sure council has questions for administration. I know I do. So thank you for your time. Appreciate you coming today. And you're more than welcome to stick around. Or if you choose to, administration will follow up with you once the meeting is done, probably tomorrow or the next day.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, no, thank you. Ms. Ms. Fisher let us know she was unable to attend tonight. So we're moving on to the Grande Prairie Legion. We'll give everybody a few minutes to get changed at the speaker's table. And once you're ready, the representatives from the Legion, please come forward. Same sort of process, introduce yourself, take about 5 minutes to speak to council regarding your concerns, and then we will take an opportunity for council to ask you questions. Welcome. Whenever you're ready, your mic is on, so just take your time, get set up, and take your 5 minutes and go ahead in regards to your request.
Good evening, Council, Your Honor. Brad Lewis, President of Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 54, and with me is Comrade Gary Webster, sorry. We come to you here today to talk about Veterans Way. The renovation / updates that were done west of 100th Street all the way down to 102 Street on 101 Avenue are absolutely beautiful. The sidewalks that were done there are amazing and stuff like that. I did have pictures, but in our haste to get over here, we left them at the Legion.
No worries.
When you come east of 100th Street, 101 Avenue is not like our other half of Veterans Way. We came here looking to have, hopefully get some at least new sidewalks and some poles there. The reason for this is threefold. It will increase our beautification up around the east side of Veterans Way. We are also going to be asking for permission to hang unit flags from April-May timeframe to the end of September, which would increase the beautification of the area. People can walk from 98th Street all the way down to 101 or 102 Street on Veterans Way, seeing the beautiful trees, the hanging baskets, and unit flags. Hopefully unit flags of what their grandfather served under, stuff like this. We do have a few samples of flags that will be hung up. Now, mind you, they will be new and they will be issued from the actual units themselves. This will come at no cost to the city other than the installation and removal of the flags at each time period. We do want to remove them before winter, obviously, because it'll rip up the flags pretty quick. We will maintain them, we will store them, and if necessary, we will replace them. That also goes hand in hand with the Legion. I will show you one of our banners. This hangs proudly inside our Legion. We want to display them on poles out along Veterans Way from the end of September, early October to the end of November, celebrating our Remembrance Day. And this one will be very, very short period of time, obviously, because of the winter. And also, we are just starting into trying to encourage families to purchase a banner for their loved one. Again, we will look after the storage, maintenance, and repair of all these banners. And we also have our own banner poles to put them on. The only thing that we ask is the city for installation and removal at the end of their lifetime. So we put that forward for you guys for discussion and hope for a positive outcome.
Perfect. Well, thank you for your presentation. I will open it up to council for questions. I don't see anyone in the queue, but I did have a question for you. How many banners in total are you suspecting, and how many flags?
Unit flags could be up to approximately 200. So that would go from the east side to the west side, pretty well every pole that's on there. It all depends on what units get them to us in time. We're hoping that eventually it'll be the Army, Navy, and Air will all have their banners in. And if we don't have enough room, then we'll kind of rotate them through or whatever.
And how many banners do you see?
The banners right now, there's going to be 2. So that's going to be very, very limited right now. But eventually, with the number of members that serving that are now deceased, is probably into the 75, 80 area. And we're hoping that all the families come in and purchase their banner for their.
Okay, and so maybe I'm asking a question that everyone else figured out, but there's not that many lights posts on the street you're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah.
So where do you suspect, or where would you expect that the other ones are going to go?
Wherever we can. If we go from all the way to 102 Street.
So not just on Veterans Way?
No, yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
perfect. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Blackmore.
Thanks for coming. It's good to see you. Can you tell me, in regards to the street renovation that you're hopeful will take place, are you expecting that the sidewalk profiles, et cetera, will match what is west of 100th Street?
That would be ideal, yes. We're not looking to have the that area of Veterans Way narrowed the way it was down by the farmers market. We would like to keep it the way it is because of parking. However, the sidewalks, are in a bit of a disrepair there and stuff like that. If it could match that end, I think that and the light poles and stuff like that would be enough to really spark that area.
And currently, are you finding that your membership struggles with the sidewalk?
I think everybody struggles with the sidewalk. It sags an area. In other areas, it's starting to lift. And like I said, I really wish I had my photos with me. But it really would be nice to have done.
Yeah, the Z-Brick was not really that successful.
Yeah.
If I could just say a few words.
Sure.
It was August 13th, 2018, when the city honored to name 101st Avenue as
Veterans Way.
Veterans Way.
Yep.
And just recently, one of our members come up with the idea, wouldn't it be just fantastic if we were able to emphasize the reason we named 101st Avenue as Veterans Way to bring more attention to the veterans. We've got the Memorial Gardens, which was a great investment, but it's tucked away. There's so much street traffic. We're hoping that with the addition of regimental flags, it would enhance the word Veterans Way and why we named it that. And hopefully we'll be gathering, not only more general public to 101st Avenue to view these gorgeous flags. I think it's just like, there's so many more things we could do with it. But our main purpose is if we could, have permission to have some of these flags fly on the festive development that was the 102nd to those two blocks that have been developed. Right. And that's the whole idea, because that's Veterans Way too. We're not focusing just solely in front of the Legion, but just the whole idea that, hey, what do you call it? Veterans Way. And I think it would honor the veterans that we have and also people that would come from other towns and other parts of Alberta or wherever they may come and say, hey, I served under that flag. So I think it'd just be a plus all over. And the city has spent so much money developing and improving the downtown and the streets that we thought, boy, wouldn't it be nice not only to have lovely hanging plants, but also a nice flag above it, fluttering in the breeze and hopefully causing more discussion.
Perfect. Thank you for your comments. I do have some other councillors that have questions. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So essentially, again, I have no opposition to putting the flags on the part that are already done. I think that'd be beautiful. But as far as your street goes, and then the one that runs alongside the Montrose Cultural Center, just popping on Google Earth, it looks like there's only 3 lights, and they're on the opposite side of the road. So I guess, do you have a short-term solution? Because the long-term solution will require years and millions of dollars. But if we want to, again, get your flags up sooner rather than later, is there something else that you have in mind that we can do on your street and the one by Windsor?
We will utilize the entirety of Veterans Way for banners and flags. So what's there, we'll use. If there's any more than that, then we'll just use them as substitutes or change out.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Toole.
Well, he kind of took my question from me, but so there's other. I know you want high priority or high visibility. We have the decoy armories, that location there, plus Veterans Memorial Gardens. Would you be somewhat open to those discussions as well?
Veterans Memorial
I'm not saying
Gardens.
that we're gonna do it. I'm just
yeah.
seeing what you feel that would be proper.
We discussed actually about in the off-season hanging flags and banners both in the Legion and in decoy. As far as Veterans Memorial Gardens goes, that's a CMTA run organization and has actually nothing to do with veterans other than what she has there for the Indigenous. We have nothing to do with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we'd like to, if this is approved, like there's so much we can do with it. We could invite the cadets, and they could hang or have a little parade or what it is, and bring out the flags, and we'd proudly display them. And like Brad was mentioning, in the off season, we would picture being able to hang all these flags within the decoy. The existing decoy. I understand they're going to be spending more money on that place, hopefully.
They're fundraising to do so.
So again, that's has a lot of potential.
For sure.
And the cadet program at present is just fantastic, But
Perfect.
anyway.
All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. I see no more questions from council. As with the other delegation, we deal with delegation business at the end of our meeting. You're more than welcome to stick around, or if you choose to leave, someone from administration will follow up with you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Item number 14 in our agenda tonight, unfinished business. There is none, so we'll move into public hearings. Item 15.1, land use bylaw amendment C-1260-169. I will look for introduction from administration. Mr. Yemi Babalola, Mr. Johnson, I'll give you a minute to get set up. I'll turn it over to you for introduction. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Today I'm introducing the rezoning bylaw C-1260-169. And this is an application that has been received to rezone the properties located at 9727 128th Avenue and part of the property at 12610 99th Street. Will be rezoning from general industrial and commercial arterial to direct control district. A similar application for this same property was brought forward to council sometimes last year, precisely on October 3rd. The purpose was to rezone the subject property to heavy industrial district, but it was defeated. Just to add a little bit of context to this location, it is an old subdivision that was created in 1956, and as such, there is no area structure plan or outlaw plan for the area. The existing salvage yard business has been operating in Grande Prairie since 1980 on that side, and the adjacent residential subdivision was developed in 1998. So right now, the salvage yard is legally non-conforming, and this is because the salvage yard is not listed in the general industrial district. So the land zoning, Block C is currently zoned as a general industrial district, and this district provides for industrial businesses that may carry out a portion of their operations outdoors. And such business should not create any nuisance beyond the site. And Block B, on the other hand, is zoned as commercial arterial, which provides for diverse commercial uses. So this proposal is to rezone the subject area, that's Block C and part of Block B, to direct control district. This rezoning will allow a consolidation of the two lots, and that would allow for the expansion of the salvage yard. So as mentioned earlier, a similar application was brought forward last year for the same property. And during the public hearing for the previous application, council raised concerns over rezoning the property to over rezoning the property to heavy industrial district. And this is especially because it may open an opportunity for a more industrial use should this current use relocate from the area. And so council was not willing to go that direction. And to address this concern, the applicant is coming back after 6 months now to propose a direct control district that will be specific to the salvage yard operation. And with this, if the business decides to relocate, the land will definitely have to be rezoned to any other zone that can allow a more friendly use. And another concern that was raised at this initial public hearing was the issue of noise and dust pollution from the salvage yard operations. And recall that the salvage yard is currently a legally non-conforming use, and this is due to the existence way before the before we adopted the current bylaw. So as per the section 62.3 of our land use bylaw, screening is not required because the IG district was in existence before the residential district came in. So as it is now, the applicant is proposing, or rather the way the DC that is being proposed is structured, we require that they provide a screening and some landscape buffer that will mitigate the noise and the dust pollution. Okay, for the policy context, there is no area structure plan and there is no outline plan for this area. However, the MDP is a plan for future industrial and commercial use for the area. Therefore, rezoning this subject property to a direct control district to support the operation of a salvage yard business aligns with the intent of the MDP. Public engagement. So administration made out the notice of this public hearing to adjacent landowners, and also we advertised it on the city's webpage for following the requirements of the MG and our land use bylaw. And also to fulfill the requirements of the land use bylaw, the applicant set up an open house just to create an opportunity for the neighbors to come and ask questions about the project and how they plan to go about it. So the report that we got from the advertised notices and also the mails that we made out were included in the report that was submitted to council. Administration therefore recommends that council give 3 readings to this bylaw, bylaw C1260169. Thank you, and I'm open to questions.
Okay. Well, thank you for your introduction. I will open it up to council for questions of administration, recognizing Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I have 2 questions. The first regards the change of land use. I'm not a strong proponent of using direct control for anything. I think that if we can't find a legal option for the business to be where it is, then maybe it's in the wrong place. So I'm wondering what's your long-term plan, because it can't remain direct control forever. Surely there's going to be some kind of adjustment to either make it a legally accepted business or for them to move, which they do mention several times in here. That's my first question.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. It can actually remain direct control for
quite some time. We have a number of direct control properties around the city. The benefit of direct control is that it provides for control on a very site-specific basis. And in some instances, using a conventional land use district is undesirable. As Mr. Babalola presented, the original rezoning application was to a conventional land use district. It was proposed to be rezoned to IH, heavy industrial. However, council noted concerns that would not be addressed by way of using the IH district. And so in our minds, this is a perfect example of where direct control is appropriate. And if council approves it, it would be our intentions to leave the property zoned as direct control until a subsequent use is proposed for the site.
My second question is regarding the screening. I've driven by the site, and there cannot deny that it's very noisy. There's much movement of metal, and so you get a lot of screeching noises, a lot of loud bangs. And I can imagine for the people who live across the street, that's a bit of a torturous experience. So when you talk about screening, which will help mitigate the noise, what kind of screening are we talking about? Because in my experience, there's really not much screening available to protect from noise. Certainly it will protect visually, but noise is a tricky issue.
Mr. Babalola.
Through the mayor. Yeah, so this screening would be like, the intent is to reduce it, like you have rightly mentioned. There is no way we can eliminate that. But I want to believe that when we have some form of screening, which is like, it could be a wooden fence or any form of noise attenuation fence, and the 4.6 meter buffer of landscape, that will mitigate it. But as it is right now, there is no screening. They have only a chain link fence. And because of the situation it is, they are not required to create anything. So like, if anything, I think it is at least an attempt to reduce the noise. Thank you.
Yeah, in my experience in other cities, the only thing that really is somewhat effective, and it's only somewhat, is actually a concrete wall. Trees and wooden fencing are nice to look at.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you. And by extension, my question is around a similar idea. Have you seen drawings or the plan of what this screening might be? How high? You mentioned landscaping. Is there a plan for that that is drawn up? Something that we can see that would alleviate the residents' fear? Or is it, at this point, words as opposed to drawings?
Mr. Babalola.
Yeah, through the mayor. So for the drawings, we don't have the drawings yet. And the reason why we don't have it is because this is a rezoning phase. When it gets to the development phase, drawings will be required. That is the requirement of the land use bylaw. So they have to submit landscape planning for us to see what they want to do. And it is written in the way the DC district has been drafted. It has to be to the satisfaction of the development authority.
I guess then would the residents have to accept the authority, or would they be able to say yes or no, this is adequate or not adequate?
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. The residents would not be involved beyond this stage here. If the direct control district passes, then it would be in the development authority's hands to administer the district. However, the screening provision that's in the direct control district, I don't have it in front of me, but off the top of my head, I believe it says that it's a solid screened fence at least a certain height. So it does not speak to materials or anything beyond that. So if council were to want something specific like that, we would either want to amend the draft direct control district to be specific on what council wants for the fence, or at the very least provide direction to administration that when we're administering it, that's what we're looking for within, that should satisfy the development authority in terms of screening.
That would certainly make me more comfortable. Thank you.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I'm curious in terms of, I'm focused on the screening too. I'm curious where the 2.4 meter height of that screening came from, and also why the landscaping's inside instead of outside the fence.
Through the mayor. So the 2.4, I believe, is in consultation with the planning team and what we have on our bylaw. But for the landscaping, they can only landscape within their property, not outside their property. So we shouldn't be, we can't ask them to landscape outside their property line. And that's why the landscaping buffer is within their property inside.
If I could just add to that,
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Mayor Clayton. I believe what Councillor Bressie might be suggesting is that the landscaping happen within the property and then the fence happen even further within the property. It is a possibility. I don't know as we've done that, but that's not to say that we can't. However, the one matter might be access for maintenance, which might be an operational consideration that the applicants could speak to, but it certainly is a possible scenario should council wish to do that.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I also think that the size of the fence and the screening is not adequate enough to prevent the noise. We've had other projects that have a tremendous amount of noise, and a solid wall is the solution, and we proved that on another project. So I'm wondering, can we specify what kind of a wall, or leave that up to the developer to come up with a proper solution? Because just a screen fence isn't going to do that. So I'm wondering if we have that input.
Through the mayor, yes, at this stage, the council still has the power to specify specifically what type of wall that they want. And I believe that we had a discussion with the landowner, but we really didn't conclude on it. And they are aware that we may dictate what type of wall that we want. Thank you.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. And just I want to build on Councillor Bressie's questions about the land outside of the fence. Is that city land or is that CN land right on the opposite side? Or is it CN, or does the city have a buffer in there that could accommodate some trees?
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. To the east would be the CN railway line. To the south would be a private commercial property. However, again, to address Councillor Bressie's idea, we would start at the property line, do the landscaping first, and then the fence, so the fence would not be on the property line. So yes, it would be, but to short answer, yes, it would be CN's land to the east.
Okay, so the landscaping, would that be a barrier to, again, all those houses backing onto the tracks and then to the yard? Would the trees be inside the fence, outside the fence? That's what I'm...
They'd be on the rail side based on Councillor Bressie's
Okay, so they'd be on the rail side.
Through the mayor. Can I share my screen, please? Okay, so so here is where the rail line is, and the yellow dots represent the fence or the screen, and the
So on the on the east, the entire property is outlined in red. That's the property line. The green area with the yellow dots is the landscaped area. Again, to capture Councillor Bressy's idea, the fence would not be on the property. It would be inset into the property so that there'd be the property line, then the landscaping, then the fence.
Okay, thank you.
If Councillor Bressy's idea is, supported by council and drafted into the bylaw.
It was your idea?
Councillor Blackmore.
It always amazes me when we get stuck on something, but we're stuck on it, and I'm going to talk about it too. Why on earth would we ask them to landscape on the inside of the fence? They're a metal salvage yard. Anything they plant along there is going to last about one season. A tree's not going to get more than a few months of growth. It's just it's not realistic to put the landscaping on the inside of the fence. And in my opinion, the landscaping is really irrelevant. What we're trying to do is reduce sight lines and noise attenuation. And in order for the business to stay there, and it's valuable business doing a reasonable and valuable job in the city, it's maybe not in the best location now. It maybe was at one time, maybe not now. But it seems to me to be completely unrealistic that we're talking about landscaping in an industrial setting such as this. So to me, the landscaping is irrelevant. The fence is more important. And I'm skeptical of its ability to be successful.
So I thank you for your comments. As there is no question, I do see Mr. Johnson actually had a comment, and then I'll go to the next councillor who has a question, I hope.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. The DC district was drafted in an attempt to address council's concerns. Will landscaping prevent noise and dust issues and aesthetics? Likely it will. It's an attempt, but will it solve the problem? No, we don't think so. So, however, it will do something for from an aesthetics perspective, and again, we just tried to work with the applicant to draft a district to address council's concerns to the best of our ability.
Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I just would like you to put that last slide you had up on the screen again.
It's on. It's on.
There you go. So those multiple properties that are beside the Block C barrier property line, are those residences?
No, those are commercial properties.
So they're all commercial, everything there?
Mm.
So
the residents, Councillor O'Toole, are on the east side of Block B. There you go. So on the right-hand side of Block B.
Okay. Yeah. Oh.
It's IG.
So when you were talking about screening, the only thing that I can think of that's got a screen in Grande Prairie right now is by the sawmill next to the cogeneration plant. And that's to cut down wind and also some sound. And but that was a huge investment there. And so I'm looking for a question. I don't have any. I wanted clarification. Thank you.
You had a question. You asked if they were residential.
Yeah.
All right, Councillor Bressy.
Great, thank you. Something I'm trying to figure out is reading the public engagement report, and definitely welcome to get feedback from the delegation if I'm understanding this wrong when they come up from the applicant. But if I'm understanding right, the intention of this isn't actually to do more recycling in the site than they're doing now, but it's to just get it off with trains instead of trucks. I'm wondering if any work's been done, if your understanding is my understanding, again, maybe the applicant, I'm sure they'll come up, wants to correct me on that. But do you understand the same as mine? And is there is there anything that can be done to make sure that that is in fact the case, that we're just talking about getting material on and off site differently rather than having a lot more activity happen than we're already seeing?
Mr. Babalola.
Through the mayor. So, as you have rightly said, our understanding is that the intent for this is because they want to put 2 more train cars so that they can reduce the truck trips. But the applicant is here. I believe that they will speak more to that. But it is what we understand that they want to do, not because they want to get more work done, but just to reduce the truck trips.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Bessie.
Yeah, and I'm assuming the answer to this is no, but I got to ask anyway. So you haven't seen any site drawings yet, so you don't really know what it looks like yet, so you can't verify that the plans so far are just more tracks, things like that, because we're not at that stage yet, correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a couple things to clarify for me. So if the proponent just kept operating as they are today, nothing would be required. Like they wouldn't have to do any screening, no changes.
Correct.
And my second question on the green on this map, because I'm kind of having a hard time why we'd force green space there in my own brain. Was there ever any conversation about having along 128th Ave? And I appreciate we're worried about residents right now, but we're also trying to make a more attractive city, and all of this green space would actually be buried by a train track. So I'm just wondering why the green space was put there, or if that was a proponent's idea, or if that was to meet the minimum site coverage, they had to put green space somewhere, and that was the best use of land to put it at.
Mr. Babalola.
Through the mayor. So the idea of the green space, the landscaping, actually came from the concern about the dust, because we were made to understand that providing all this landscape could possibly limit or mitigate the dust that is coming from the operations there. It is not guaranteed that's going to kind of completely eliminate it, but depending on the type of trees that they planted, and also speaking about what Councillor Blackmore asked earlier, the plants that are planted there will probably not survive. I did ask the environmentalist, and I was made to understand that it depends on the particular type of plants that they plant. There are some plants that can withstand different things, and so that is where the role of the landscaping plan will come in, because all these the type of trees that will be kind of specific to what they intend to do with it will be taken into consideration. So the idea of the green space came because we're looking at ways to reduce, like plants can maybe trap the dust and prevent them to travel further than they normally would. Thank you.
Okay. So I guess I'm just trying to get my head around this, so we could also go back and say no landscaping, but higher expectations on screening. And we're in that spot right now. We're trying to, with the building permit time, to go out. I'm thinking from the proponent's perspective right now, to plant a bunch of trees to get the check mark to get the building permit if they're going to die, maybe isn't the best use of their money at that point. But that money repurposed to a taller screening fence or something else might be a better utilization if we're trying to check both boxes, I guess, from the city's perspective. Just a comment from me, but thanks for the answers.
You're welcome.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, gentlemen. I concur that combining the elements and putting money into landscaping is not going to survive. It's an industrial area. So I think combining it into one screen, whether or not it's solid or whatever, I think is a better choice. And I know that the customer wants to reduce the amount of trucks on the road by getting 3 more rail cars into the site. And the people to the south want something a lot better to look at if they sell their property for the old Simpson Sears building. So I think combining the 2 elements would be a better option and save both people money. So
no question? All right. So Councillor Berg and Councillor Blackmore, it's your third go on the queue. I'm hoping you have questions. Councillor Berg, go for it.
All right. So mine is around landscaping and trees. Can you pull up a slightly? I've got it on my iPad, but I'd like for everybody to see
the satellite
with,
pictures
yeah, with the residences.
This one.
So one of the things that I'm wondering is where I guess in block RS that runs along the train tracks, there is city land there. There's a back alley and it's off of 98th Street. There is room there to put trees that are closer to the homes. So it will actually block that view infinitely quicker if we put the landscaping trees near the homes as opposed to near the yard. And so has that option been explored?
Yeah, through the mayor. We did think about the that option, but then asking somebody to come and put the landscape or trees on another person's property may not sound really.
It's not a business. It's residential and it's city land.
You would be asking a private vendor to plant trees on public land, but go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Mayor Clayton. And then on top of that, it would be an asset on city land, and then the cities would be maintaining it. So it's
And I'd be okay with that. Again, I'm trying to
council-
find a balance that allows this business to do this, but what's the benefit to the residents? Right now, there is no benefit to either. So how do we make this so that there's a benefit to the residences and a benefit to the business? So that's what I think all of us are trying to explore. Where is that balance? And right now, we're not seeing that balance. So I'm trying to find solutions to create that.
Mr. Babalola, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was going to say that if the city is, if the council is willing to go that route, that may be a good option too. If we have enough trees on that side, we'll shade off the view from the residents.
So I have a question following, and then I'll get back to you, Councillor Blackmore. To my knowledge, there's been no consideration for green space planting, maintenance, mitigation from snow removal damage, etc. Have you explored any of the costs on putting those trees there?
No, thank you, Mayor Clayton. And that was going to be my point, is that it could be, it's an idea that could, sounds like it may have merit conceptually, but until we dig into it and look at what space is available, the soil conditions, drainage, placement of utilities, and so on, we can't comment on that at this point.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Blackmore.
Because Councillor Berg is so smart, he asked my question.
Ooh, well done, you two. All right. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Planting trees off of the subject property is certainly something that we haven't dealt with. And just thinking off the top of my head that if council is mindful in doing this, I think that we should maybe separate the two matters, just deal with the rezoning and the direct control and then direct administration to explore opportunities for buffering on that property and not necessarily
In conjunction with the development permit.
Well, yeah. Again, just thinking off the top of my head, I'm not sure about requiring an off-site improvement like that. There may be mechanisms, but I'd hate to say that there is, and then it'd be a challenge.
I do agree that those should be separated. Yeah. Okay, so I see no other questions in the queue. Council, thank you for your questions. Gentlemen, thank you for your presentation. I am now going to open the presentation and submission portion of our, just give me 1 minute here. I want to get back to my proper screen. Presentation and submission portion of our public hearing. I will ask if there are parties here to speak in support of this project to please come forward, introduce yourself. Councils may have questions for you. Once you get set up, your mics are on, but just introduce yourself and take the 5-10 minutes that you may need, and then I'll open it up to council for questions.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm Cody with Barristone Associates Engineering, joined today with Glenn Rumpel from ABC Recycling. Thank you for having us today. I'm here to speak on behalf of the proposal to rezone parcel Block C, Planned 1795 KS, and part of Block B, Planned 1795 KS, respectively from General Industrial and Commercial Arterial to the Direct Control District. This would allow us to consolidate the two adjacent properties so that the existing rail spur could be expanded to enhance and lower impact operation plan for ABC Recycling. You may remember this file previously when the rezoning was applied for a heavy industrial zoning to accommodate the development plans in late 2022. The application at that time was applied for by the landowner of Block B, and we were not able to speak to the concerns raised about the business and how it was, is, and will continue to be operating. After hearing adjacent landowner concerns as well as those of council at the previous hearing, it was understood that the concerns would need to be discussed for relevancy and addressed where required so this application could be brought back. Following the October 2022 council meeting, we were able to collect the comments received at the council hearing and sit down with administration from the city of Grande Prairie. One of the major concerns was the previous application and the heavy industrial zoning that was applied for was a wide variety of uses the land could be used for should the business change its scope or the property change hands. The solution to this was to apply for a direct control zoning that was written and specific to ABC recycling operations, ensuring the uses are strictly set out and that no changes can be permitted without the appropriate steps taken at the city of Grande Prairie. I would like to thank administration for its time and energy and the discussion and direction to help us to be able to reapply while addressing those concerns. We were able to host an open house that allowed residents, the city of Grande Prairie, and the applicant ABC Recycling. This open house was attended by 3 residents, 2 city councilors, and 2 representatives from ABC Recycling. The format allowed for any questions or concerns of surrounding residents and businesses to be heard and discussed together. The questions, concerns, and replies have been noted for you in the public participation report that you all have received. I would like to thank those that attended and the perspectives that they were able to provide. Now, nobody wants to hear that we were here first or it's always been this way. Applications like these are hard to separate emotion, opinion, and hearsay from fact. So facts are precisely what we were able to speak on today. ABC Recycling is here today to answer any of your questions or concerns directly and speak factually about who they are and who they will continue to be. ABC Recycling is a good, committed, and community-involved business citizen in the city of Grande Prairie. They have and continue to operate within all land use bylaws, rules, and regulations set out to them by the City of Grande Prairie and the Province of Alberta. There has been 0 noise or environmental enforcement orders issued on this property. This business has rights to operate as it does, and in its current application seeks to help mitigate pollution, volume of truck traffic, and dust through the expansion of its rail line. Today, Council has an opportunity to continue to support its valued business operating within its industrial park areas in the City of Grande Prairie and at the same time help address the concerns of neighbors of this industrial park in CN right away. We respectfully request that Council give all 3 readings to Bylaw C 1260-169 today. Thank you for your time. And like I said, today I'm joined with Glenn as well as Dan, who's going to join us up at the table. You guys can ask as many questions as you need. I'll sit in the back bench, but if I'm needed, I'll pop back up. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. If you'd like to join us and then just introduce yourself for those who are watching. I will ask council if you have questions for Mr. Berso or the delegations, just identify who the question's for. First in the queue, before I go to that, please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dan Stoyanovich. I'm the commercial buyer for ABC Recycling, Grande Prairie.
Perfect. Thank you and welcome. Recognizing Councillor Blackmore in the queue.
Well, I apologize. I don't think I can pronounce your last name. You've heard the concerns raised today regarding noise attenuation primarily, as well as visual attenuation. Are some of the ideas for moving the landscaping outside of the fence, or indeed even across the road, something that would appeal to you?
Yes, we're not opposed of either one, either inside our property or outside or across the road. If it mitigates sound noise, we're in support of it.
And can I ask, when we talk about a fence, what type of fence that you're envisioning? I don't know if it'll be the fence we want, but what are you envisioning right now?
Well, originally our topic was a chain link fence with the slats through it, and then actually using when we say landscaping, trees, when people say landscaping to me, that means something that's like 2 feet high. Landscaping is trees. We've had other, excuse me, we have other properties where we've put trees in. And to your comment earlier, you said that they die. Well, one location in particular in Kelowna, British Columbia, we had to put trees in part of our rezoning application, and that was 15 years ago. And I would say probably 80% of those trees are still there. Is it 100%? No. Could it be better? Yes, it could. But we can grow trees in industrial siting.
All right. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. And likewise, you stole the first part of my question. So I see the spur line there. So essentially, what you're looking to do is expand that spur line so it'll hold 2 more cars. Currently, I think, or can you hold 2 there now?
It holds 2 right now, and we're hoping that we'll gain actually 3 more, so a total of 5.
Okay, so the expansion zone will primarily or exclusively be spur line?
Correct, spur line, and obviously material will move down in order to load the rail cars.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
All right. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thanks for coming in, gentlemen, and answering our questions. I'm really trying to think through what I think will have less of an impact on the neighborhood, the existing thing or this with improvements on it. And one of the things in your package you point out is that, or if I'm remembering right, for every rail car, that's about 4 trucks are getting off the road. Although for me, when I think of rail cars, I often think of those louder. I just think of the sound of cars being hooked up and unhooked and the way that booms and that carries. So honestly, that's a concern I have hearing more about rail cars. So I just wanted to raise that with you and see what your response to that concern I have is.
So a couple concerns that you pointed out. One is we get 2 switches a week. They don't separate our rail cars in our yard, so they're not opening and closing, one moving, another moving. So what would happen, even currently right now, we have 2 rail cars. They come in, they unhook, they get loaded, they come back in, they hook up, and they go. It would be no more different than bringing 5 cars in. They would be in one spot. They would get loaded, they unhook, they hook back up, and they come back out. So, and you mentioned something about traffic. So basically for a rail car holds approximately 90 ton of material, and an average truck going in and out of our facility, if we're going to the rail track, right now we currently load elsewhere. It's about 8 trips per rail car. So that's 8 trips up and down that road creating dust. So we do approximately 20 rail cars a month. And we don't see, one of the other comments, and I'll elaborate a little bit, one of the comments was, do you see your business growing or shrinking or status quo? Right now it's a status quo business. We're doing this to replace moving the material by truck to another facility.
Excellent, thank you.
160 trips.
Yeah, it's 160 trips a month.
Less through town.
Less dust on the main road.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you for that explanation. That I think at home base here. So I've got a question for you. Where do you think the most noise is coming from your property that people are concerned about or council is concerned about?
I think probably moving, sorting material. It's part of our business. And again, we are legally allowed to do what we're doing now. So, when we sort steel on steel, always makes noise. It always has made noise from 40 years ago when the site was first a metal recycling facility up to today. Nothing's going to change. We're not going to come in with rubber grapples. Steel's not going to turn to rubber and become steel. So again, there will always be that type of noise.
Is there a possibility that the way you do it, you could implement a different method?
No, because it's steel on steel. There's still steel grapples, steel material, steel shears. Like I say, there's no you can't come in with a rubber grapple and makes it any quieter.
No, I understand the whole business, trust me. My concern is, or my questions would be, so do you have a crawler crane that's hydraulic or cable, or how does that work?
We have material handlers that we have 1 wheel loader. We have 3 crawler two material handlers that are on tracks, and right now we currently have one shear that's basically an excavator on tracks.
Okay. So one of the concerns that we heard from a neighbor, I think, was the backup alarms, beep, 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 going on till quite late at night. How late do you operate, and how early do you start?
We work within the time frame of the quiet zone, which is 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Our normal starting time is 7 o'clock in the morning, where we have a safety meeting, and usually the equipment starts running at about 7:15 a.m. every morning, Monday through Friday. Usually we're shut down by 4:30, 5 o'clock. Sometimes, depending on business, we run a little bit later, but I don't think we run much later than 6, 7 o'clock.
Thank you very much for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So, Mr. Rempel, you'd mentioned you were ideally looking at a chain link fence with the slats. There's not a lot of sound attenuation involved in that. Did you explore any other types of fencing? I know Councillor Blackmore mentioned concrete, which is quite expensive. Something that comes to mind is like pole sheds with wood might be high enough and defer some of that sound. Did you explore any other options? And if so, what were they?
We haven't at this point, but we can.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, gentlemen, that's all I see for questions in the queue tonight. So I appreciate your time. And thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I will ask a second time if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment. If so, please come forward. There is no one online tonight, so I won't check online. And I'll ask a third time if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment, C-1260-169. Seeing no one, I will ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of the land use bylaw amendment. If so, just make your way forward. Seeing no one, I'll ask a second time if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to the land use bylaw amendment C-1260-169, being an amendment, rezoning rather, from an arterial commercial district and general industrial district to a direct control district. And I'll ask a third time if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of the land use bylaw amendment. And if so, come on forward. Take a minute for you to get set up. The microphones are on, so feel free and take your time, and council may have questions following.
Hi, and I didn't intend to speak, and I don't have very much to say. Everything I have to say has been said.
Sorry, would you mind just introducing yourself before you start?
Yes, I am here.
Okay.
Okay, so my name is Kathy, and I live in Scenic Ridge at 97 B Street and 124th Ave. And the piece of land in question runs along residential housing in Scenic Ridge. And the company, ABC Recycling, is a scrap metal yard, a junk yard. So the existing business emits noise, smells, air pollution, and ground contamination. So I would like to say thank you to all the councillors for taking an interest and asking questions and giving it a fair shake. That's about all. It just all sums up in that. And hopefully you all had time to go down and have a look yourself at the salvage yard, stand behind the residential area and have a look and take in the smell, the noises, the big 15 to 20 foot high pile of dirt with a lot of scrap metal pieces in it, debris in there. Now this will go into the air when it's being piled up, and of course when the wind blows as well. So, and the noise is very, very annoying. I will say, for whatever reason, the last little while it's been a lot quieter. So, that just sums it up. I just absolutely think there's no way a scrap metal facility should be adjacent to or in close proximity to a residential area. I mean, who would like this in their neighborhood? I was looking at the the previous one and the green space and everything, and it looks nice, but it has noise too. So I'm not sure what the answer is, but hopefully you'll take into consideration the concerns of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you leave, I'm just going to double check in case council has any questions for you.
Okay.
There is no one, so you're okay, but thank you for coming. Oh, Councillor O'Toole just forgot the process. That's okay. Yeah. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you for coming here today. Your voice is important to our council members.
Thank you.
How long have you lived in Grande Prairie?
25 years, 28 years.
In the same house?
Actually, 25 years in that same house, yes.
No, I just...
And if I go to sell it now, I know there will be issues with the everything that's going on. And the thing is, like that scrap metal yard, yes, I know it's there and it was there when I moved there. But now, and it has been a concern and an issue, but now it wants to expand, and it wants to expand right along south, along the back of the residence. And I just don't think that's very appropriate, hey, you know.
Well, I think they got an idea there of getting the trucks off the road, so there's 160 trucks that won't be making trips.
That's right. I'm not concerned about that dust. There's still going to be loading the same amount of metal. It won't be on trucks, but it will be onto the rail cars. And the dust I'm concerned about is the dust that's made in the yard itself with the debris and the scraps of metal. I mean, this metal is not, I mean, it's rusted, it's old. It smells like a junkyard. It's, yeah, it's very contaminating.
Oh, thank you for the rebuttal. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Right, thank you so much. So that was my third call for opposition, so I'm going to close the public hearing and move to business arising, recognizing Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through. I would move the council give first readings bylaw C-26-169 being an amendment to the land use bylaw. So, sorry, I'm on the wrong one. Sorry, I would move the council give first readings bylaw C-1260-172 being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Perfect. Thank you. No, you are in the wrong one still. And it's 160.
We're still on the first one. Sorry, it's been a long day. So
yes.
I was right the first time.
Yes, you were right the first time.
My apologies, Mayor Clayton. All right, then I would move the council give first reading bylaw C-1260-169 being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Perfect. So that motion is in order. No discussion or debate on first reading. So I'll call the questions for administration are done. Okay. Question. Go ahead.
My question is, when the delegation from the city administration was up here, they were suggesting that we were separating the fence from the district zoning, and I'm just wanting to confirm that by this motion, we're not doing anything to do with the fence or the landscaping. That will come later.
Okay, so Mr. Johnson, could you come back up for a minute, please? Can you address that question?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Can you please repeat it? I don't want to mix this up at all.
When you were up here previously, Mr. Johnson, you suggested that the business that we do tonight deals specifically with the change of use to direct control, and that we exclude any discussion regarding the fence and landscaping at this point in time. Does the current motion effectively do that?
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. What I was specifically referring to was the landscaping, the idea of placing landscaping east of the tracks. Any landscaping and fencing that council would like to see on the site that isn't achieved in the direct control district should be dealt with at this point by way of specific motions to amend the direct control district.
But it can be subsequent business. It's not to be an amendment. It doesn't need to be part of the amendment to the land use bylaw, correct?
Okay, so if council wished to see a fence of, say, 3 meters in height, then I would say that there's two options. One would be to amend the direct control district to specifically state that, or provide direction to administration that that's what we should view as a fence that would be satisfactory to the development authority. The cleaner way, in my opinion, would be to actually amend it right into the district, because the district does already talk about fence height. It says 2.4 meters. So if council was thinking 3 meters, then let's change it to say 3 meters.
Is it possible to exclude fencing and just pass the bylaw to direct control, come back at a later time when you have more information, or we have maybe more information, to deal with the fence? It's my concern that the fence, as described by the landowner, is not sufficient given the discussion at council table.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. All fair points. If council wished to see this again, there's a few options on that as well. One is that you do not pass the proposed DC district. You provide administration with direction as to what you would like to see in it specifically. Or another option, which is we've done in the past, is that we've made council the development authority. So we would have to come back with the development permit, and the specifics of the development permit, including fencing and everything, would be right there for council's consideration. Currently, the way the direct control district is drafted is that the development officer is the development authority, but there are options for that. It is ultimately the applicant's application. They've proposed this draft district, and I might suggest that it might be their choice to say, do we want to, proceed with how they've drafted it? And if council chooses to refuse it, that's your choice. But yeah, from administration's perspective, anytime we're looking at changing the district on an application, we say to them, this is your application. This is what we're thinking. Do you want this change or not? And they say yes or no. And so to date, we've negotiated with them. And ultimately, it would be their choice on how to move forward, taking the risk that council may refuse it if they're not supportive of that change, if that makes any sense.
So just to clarify, Mr. Johnson, in my interpretation, if there are additional requirements that council sees, they would go under 104.4.34.5, which are the additional requirements. And so right now there is items A to F. If council had additional specifics, they should go in there. So therefore, Councillor Bressy's motion is in order in the sense that we are going to give first reading to the amendment. If you have subsequent amendments, they should happen in second reading for discussion and debate. Does that make sense? Okay. Is that good, Mr. Johnson?
Can I see the motion that's...
Well, it's just first reading. No discussion, debate.
Yeah, so, yeah.
So we'll do it. Any amendments council has interest in, they should happen in second reading. Okay, everybody's good? Okay, perfect. So I'm going to call the question on first reading. Please vote.
In favor.
Councillor Plott in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Bressy.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My apologies, I just logged out of eScribe to see if I could get my vote to work. So I'd move the council give second reading to bylaw C-1260, 169. And just to speak this is a tough one for me that I honestly don't know how I still don't know how I'm voting on the end of the package. On one hand, this is an important business. It's important for our economy. It's important for our environment. And I respect that it was there first and that residential development chose to build up behind it and people chose to move into that. And so I totally respect its current operations. And here I do see opportunity potentially to make those at the same time as I respect those current operations, I get why people don't love living behind it. And I see opportunity here with the screening, with the bringing in of rail cars to potentially actually make it better than it is today. Or maybe not. And that's what I'm trying to weigh. Will this be more or less disruptive if we approve this? So still have some thought I need to do on this. I think there's still some work that council needs to do on that. That being said, what my recommendations, council, would be was let's pass this motion, let's have second reading, And then we've had administration, we've had the applicant hear our discussion, hear our concerns. Let's just not have third reading today, and let's let them go do some work to figure out what they think might pass here and come back to us at our next meeting, and then we can start massaging this if we feel that they haven't massaged appropriately. So I'd encourage council to pass this motion, but not to pass this bylaw tonight.
All right, so that motion is in order. And for councillors that are in the queue who are looking to possibly amend, if you look in your package, there in the bylaw attachment, there are multiple areas in there, one being additional requirements, one being landscaping requirements, and another one that Mr. Johnson identified being the development authority. Those were sort of areas that you could highlight and look to amend, or as Councillor Bressie suggested, we could choose not to have third reading here tonight. I will look to the queue. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton, and I'm somewhere along the same lines as what Councillor Bressie had just mentioned. I acknowledge that the yard was first there, and it was a missed opportunity 25-ish years ago by the home developer not to, screen from the railroad tracks and the yard. Acknowledge that the company is actually great, solid corporate citizens, and they do a lot of good in the city. So I know that their intentions are good. When these people bought their homes, though, they didn't buy it with an expansion. And so I see the expansion as an opportunity to not only benefit the business, but to benefit the homeowners. And for me personally, I need to see a plan of the landscaping, be it across the tracks at 89 in the alley there. I need to know what kind of fence is going to go in there. Again, they're great corporate citizens, and I know that their intentions are great, but it's just something that I need to see before I can vote in favor of it.
So just to address some of your comments, Councillor Berg, there are items such as 104.4.34.5, Section D, that identifies what type of fence it is.
Yes.
If you would like to amend those, feel free.
And actually I don't, because I don't feel, as was mentioned, we don't know if the trees would grow in that alleyway. We don't know what height would actually block the view. Again, it said 2.4 or 3. I get the impression that we're reaching for numbers, and rather than assessing the site and actually seeing what type of screen or how high would actually benefit. So any amendment that I would make potentially today would be based on poor information.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Blackmore.
I'm torn in a few ways, but I will support Councillor Bressie's motion. This is a long-term business. It's been in that location for over 40 years. It is, in fact, not expanding its business. It's more or less consolidating its business and moving from truck to train transportation. So they own both of those parcels of land. They're just consolidating. So I don't see it as an expansion. I think that it's a great business that looks after the messes that the rest of us make by getting rid of our cars or ruining our boats or deciding that our holiday trailer looked better upside down in a ditch. So it's a valuable service, and it has been there for a long time. So I will vote for second reading, but I won't vote for third reading because I don't really like the options provided for the fencing tonight. However, I'm not an expert, and I don't truly, I don't have any idea of what would be a better fence, whether it be higher, thicker, wider. I just don't know. And so I would like to hear back from the landowner via development to come up with better ideas or different ideas. So for that reason, I will support second reading, but not third reading.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, just echoing the comments of the previous councillors. I'm in support of second motion. Third motion, having it tonight, I think I'd have a hard time with. And I'm still curious on how we amend asking, I guess maybe it's a question for administration here, Mayor Clayton, is there's a secondary part of this that has nothing to do with this land. We're talking about potential trees on city-owned land that has actually nothing to do with what we're talking about here. It's because of it. So I'm not sure if subsequent motions needed after that to ask administration to explore that or how that looks. But I would like to see that happen as well in conjunction with us, that we're exploring what the trees could look like on the east side of the tracks, I guess, and behind the homeowners' yards, what that cost implication could be for our ratepayers, if it'll work or not. I guess my question was that a completely separate motion for administration because it's nothing to do with this.
So my thought would be, if third reading doesn't happen here tonight, that there would be additional business arising, which would direct administration to bring back options that address A, B, C.
Okay. And just one other question, if I can, Mayor Clayton. With council break coming, and I appreciate we're all kind of heading this direction, but not having third reading tonight means it stops. We aren't meeting for council for 3 weeks. Is there any concerns that this stops the development? I guess we're kind of past that question, but we've changed some on the fly. So I'm just wondering what that looks like.
Mr. Johnson, to your knowledge, council doesn't meet again till August 21st. Is there concerns in the application and addressing the delay?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm not sure what the applicant's timelines are with the proposed development.
Mr. Bairstow, did you want to address that question?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I understand where the conversation's going. With rezoning, it's usually.
If you could just come to the mic so those online can hear.
Rezoning, usually we're typically talking about suitable use for the land. I understand it's a complicated file, and we've got into the weeds on this thing. So typically, we'll defer to having a lot of these conditions taken care of at development permit stage. I get that nobody's comfortable passing that until some of this stuff's addressed. So I don't know if there's an option to somehow get third reading by amending D. It'd be inappropriate, I think, for me to start putting motions forward. But I know that the screen fence does say at least 2.4 meters, and I don't know if we can amend D to put the authority into the hands of the development authority to say, you've heard us. These are the conditions we're expecting. We need you to sort this out. I'm not sure. It's an odd space to be in at a rezoning conversation. But I get it.
So your answer is it doesn't significantly impact if council were to delay third reading.
I think 3 weeks is appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that.
All right. Sorry, I've got to collect my thoughts where we're at. So, Councillor Bressie has made a motion second reading. I currently see no one in the queue to make amendments. Therefore, I will call the question on second reading. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move the council have third reading of bylaw C-1260-169 at this meeting, and I'm not allowed to speak to this motion.
Thank you. So there is discussion and debate if council is interested. I will speak. I think that there are mechanisms in the draft bylaw, the draft bylaw for council to address what they're considering. I do think that you also, if you want to have it come back to you, could change and be the development authority. However, I don't think that's really getting you any more time. So I won't, I will not support having third reading because I think council's been pretty clear the information they're looking for. Happy to amend this so a third reading, try to pass it tonight, but I still don't think it's getting the proponent the time, saving any time. So I see no one else in the queue. I'll call the question on third reading, on having third reading. Councillor Blackmore, how do you vote? And that is defeated. So we will not have third reading tonight. I would look for other business arising, and this is the opportunity where I suggest council direct administration to bring back at third reading additional information that you require for this proponent in this application. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would make a motion that administration bring back a report on potential landscaping options on the east side of the train tracks on city-owned land, period, and to work with proponent on how those could be paid for. And the reason I'm putting that in there is Who knows where this is going to go, but if there's an opportunity for the proponent not to do landscaping on their side and have the cost bear there, maybe the flow through is that they're doing the landscaping on the city-owned land. We're concerned about what this could cost and whatever. I think it is the best option if that land can work on the east side of the tracks. And it doesn't stagnate some of their land for landscaping, because at the end of the day, if they do grow their operation, that tree's probably going to be in their way more than I think that residents are better served by having the tree closer to their backyard than over there. So hopefully that motion's in order, and I hope you can support it.
And just to try to reiterate, so Ledge Services can collect your motion, it is to direct administration to bring back a report identifying landscaping options and working with the applicant on landscaping on the east side of the tracks on city property.
Yeah, and how it will be paid for. I guess I think that's been a concern of how that'll, we're going to have to address that, I feel like, when it comes back to council. And maybe there's an opportunity here that the proponent comes back via the city and says, actually, we're going to spend $20,000 on landscaping here. If we can make it work there, we're fine with paying it there. I'm not sure how they're going to work their magic on their side, but I do think it's a conversation worth having between the city administration and the proponent, because it could be a win for both of us.
Okay, I have a comment on your motion, but I'll recognize the queue. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm definitely sympathetic to this motion, and I think it was a good idea to spitball, but it's something that I can't support because it's a one-off nature. It's this. It just seems messy to me having a proponent of application pay for trees that aren't on their property, and I'm sure on a one-off measure we could figure out how to get that on that initial cost on, but then when the trees die, when they need to be watered, when they need to be pruned, all of that, I think that it's unlikely that we'd ask them to participate in that, and if we did, that would just get messy. It's weird for me to connect trees on city-owned land with property, and this very much be a one-off thing, and we're not doing that across the city, so it'd be weird to do that for this one. But my even bigger concern is, I think there's a lot of properties in Grande Prairie that are negatively impacted by being just across the road from the rail yard, and I think there's a lot of people that are going to start saying, "Hey, what about me? I want you to plant trees here." And I think if we want to start doing that across the city, that's actually something I'd be pretty supportive of. I think that that's something that I know in September we're going to have our urban forest strategy coming to us. And maybe we want to talk about, hey, we want to put priority on putting trees along railways and other things that negatively impact residential properties across the city. I'd be very excited to have that conversation. But for me, I'm not interested in doing it on a one-off just based on a particular development. I really think that when we're making development decisions, we need to, as best we can, think about what's our generalized policy, not what's a specific one here. And so sympathetic to it, but can't support it.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I am a little problematic on just the east when the south and the visibility from the south is also affected. So if we were just asked them to administration to go ahead and work with the owner of the property, come up with some solutions, because we have to consider their budget and what they can afford to do and what's the best solution for the neighborhood to mitigate the dust and the noise. So I'm not sure if you want to amend that or reduce that.
Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, it was mentioned alternate methods of producing sound, and it was suggested that maybe we could put a shed-type structure up. The potential concern, they looked at that and they said they would have to check it out, and I'd like to see that looked at as possibility of, the shed would have a use, the fence maybe not. Shed-type structure, like a cattle three-sided shed with a roof on it. Anyhow, if you're looking for things, maybe we can look at that. Does that sounded like what I heard? Just a nod or no?
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, so back to the trees. Again, I do support this for obvious reasons. And I'm trying to find solutions, because the residents, if there aren't any trees, if we're not putting them in the yard, then I think it becomes tougher to make this happen for ABC here. So I'm just trying to, again, find solutions that may not have been explored. And so this is one option that I would love to be explored that works for all parties involved. So it's one that I'm going to support.
Councillor Blackmore.
I will support the motion. I don't know if I'll support the end result of such a report, but you know, I believe we need to encourage more corporate participation in the development of our landscapes in the city. And if that means that we ask International Paper in celebration of their 50 years of operation to plant 50 trees or 50,000 trees or 500,000 trees, whatever it is, that's not any different than asking another corporation to plant on public land, knowing that in the end it's an asset that belongs to the city. So I will support the motion. I think Councillor O'Toole's concern needs to be a separate motion, though, that addresses the fencing.
Councillor Platt, I'll come to you in a minute to close. I'm just going to check with Ledge Services. I think that the motion should read on the east side on city property. And Councillor Platt to close.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I appreciate Councillor's comment earlier how council can get into the weeds on some of these things, and here we are on talking about fence. But just to Councillor O'Connor, when you asked about amending it, the reason I don't want to amend it is we can't talk about what's going on their land. They're already working on that. This is a specific thing for administration to work on city property, not the south end of that piece of land is their land already. So that's internally with them. This is asking administration to work on city-owned land. And that's why I don't want to amend that. That's not our land on the south side. It's not ours. So we can't. In my thing, I can't ask administration to do that. I know there's always worry of one-offs, and I guess my business head when I hear that from the government side is I don't understand why we don't want to encourage them more. I don't want to get prescriptive in rewriting all of our bylaws and policies over this, because this probably will never happen again to us. This is a one-off for a good reason, because it is a one-off. It's here. And to the comment about a bunch of other people wanting trees, great. If they're willing to pay for them, we'll put them in. We're not saying the city of Grande Prairie is paying for these trees potentially. It might be the proponent paying for these trees. So if proponents want to go over and pay for trees all over the city, I think we should encourage that if they go through a process of wanting to pay for trees and putting them around our community. So I don't see a downside to us exploring this. The proponent looks like they're willing to try and work on this. And I think to Councillor Blackmore's comment, we need to be trying harder to work with our industry to be creative on finding solutions. And I think this is could be a potential win for the neighborhood and also for the proponent. And it could come at no cost to the city. So I encourage you to support the motion.
All right, that's Councillor Platt's close, so I'll call the question. And that is carried 6-1. Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that administration bring this back for third reading with some suggestions for the issues that were raised at the meeting tonight, specifically fencing and landscaping.
Yeah, I don't know if we need landscaping. Well, sure. I mean,
There's still the south side.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so that motion is in order. So administration will bring back third reading with additional information that addresses fencing considerations that were discussed tonight, as well as sound attenuation and additional landscaping. I remind council that the dust control issue is part of the rail service is intended to reduce the dust. So if you're talking about dust control in their own existing operational business, I don't really think you're going to have any luck with that unless you want to try to change some enforcement regulations. Yeah.
Plus, I think environment, Alberta deals with that.
Right, fair enough. Okay, so Councillor Blackmore's motion is in order. Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Okay, so that carries unanimously. Council currently, administration is going to bring back landscaping options on the city property east of the rail system. They're also going to bring back additional information regarding sound attenuation, fencing, and landscaping, additional landscaping, which would indicate to the south. Okay, so council, I don't see anyone else in the queue that has additional information. Third reading will come back on August 21st with this additional information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-172. I'll call this public hearing to order. I'll look to an introduction from administration. And I'll give it a minute to open up. Ms. Patel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. On April 11, 2023, Invest GP Committee passed a motion that directed administration to review and amend the existing definitions of rental accommodation to address tenancy terms. Administration since reviewed the definitions of apartment building and hotel in the city's land use bylaw and is initiating this text amendment to update the definition of apartment building to have a minimum tenancy term of 1 month. The existing and the proposed definition are highlighted in the report submitted to the council. This update in the definition of the apartment building could provide clarity between apartments and commercial rental accommodation and could help in enforcement situations. Administration recommends that council gives first, second, and third reading to this amendment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that introduction. I'll open it up for questions for administration. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm struggling with this, and I guess I need some clarification from administration or maybe our legal services team. But how do we? I know we have lots of policy that we try to implement, but where's the teeth with this? I guess if we put this in, are we going to start asking to see rent rolls from landlords? Are we going to start going into apartment buildings and making sure everybody's only gone short-term rental? So that's part of me is how we're going to police this. I guess if we were to improve the wording on this, and I guess secondly is maybe more for legal services. If somebody wants to sign a lease for 1 year and then sublease it day by day by day, does this stop somebody from doing that? Because I'm not sure how we stop that. I'm concerned about that, and I think that we're putting this in to hopefully get rid of this issue, but I don't know if you can fully get rid of it. So I'm just wondering. Those are my 2 questions on this that I'm just trying to find some clarification on.
All right, so I'll go to Mr. Johnson first, or Chief Lemieux, to address the enforcement expectations and what the potential is for enforcement.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Obviously, it is our intent that we are drafting a definition where it's the person who signs the lease is the tenant. And if there were an enforcement matter that popped up, which would likely be brought to our attention by way of complaint in some way, then we would do an investigation, gather as much information as possible, and if it was determined that the person who has the lease is not the tenant, or that tenant, like subleasing a place is okay, but you need to do it for a period of 1 month or longer. So if we found out that that was not the case, then we would take enforcement action, which can include issuing of a stop order and fines. Okay. Would we be proactively scouring, looking for those? Likely not. Typically, we don't have the capacity to proactively enforce the land use bylaw. We typically deal with it as matters come to us by way of complaint or safety issues noticed by another authority and so forth. So we do have enforcement mechanisms. Is it a super cut and dry, clear case? Not likely. It could be challenging. I don't think that this amendment really changes it doesn't change. It strengthens our enforcement options. Put it that way. It strengthens our enforcement options.
Okay. So, but if I'm hearing correctly, it sounds like it's kind of self-governing, we're waiting for the phone call to come in. The city's not going to be proactively going out and looking at leases and we're waiting for phone calls to come in about a specific property, and then we would investigate?
Through the mayor, thank you. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I have further questions. I'll just pop out.
I don't, I'll ask Mr. Freeman if you have any other additional context. If not, totally fine.
Through the chair, I don't have any additional context. I think there's a number of interesting questions that have been raised, but I think our city planner has provided some good responses.
Okay. Mr. Lemieux. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Blackmore, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Platt. Go ahead, Councillor Blackmore.
My understanding is that the it would have to be the entire building that was being used as a hotel rather than an apartment before this legislation would have any effect, because we currently have many people across the city who are using Airbnb, VRBO, lots of other home sharing platforms to rent out a bedroom, a house, an apartment, and unless we want to write a bylaw that prevents that kind of service from happening in the city, any apartments within an apartment building can operate like that without violating this policy change.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I think if council directed us to enforce Airbnb, VRBO type arrangements, I believe our land use bylaw does provide us with adequate definitions to deal with that. We have a definition called a bed and breakfast, which is basically providing accommodation in a residential setting. It has all the regulations for that type of scenario. And we would simply take the position that you're operating as a bed and breakfast, you don't have a development permit, you don't fit within the regulations of a bed and breakfast establishment, and so therefore we're going to shut you down. Direction from council and senior administration to date is that we are not getting into enforcement of Airbnb type situations. However, we do have the I'll call it the landscape to do it currently. This definition was the result of a delegations presentation, as you remember, and the discussion was that the entire building was going to operate as an apartment hotel or an apartel. We've since confirmed that their intentions are to operate as an apartment. And again, we believe that the land use bylaw does provide sufficient definitions for us to enforcement. However, for us to enforce an issue should it arise. However, council did direct us to further strengthen our definitions to address short-term occupancy. I'm not sure if that answered all of your question. But.
It does. I think the real question comes back to council if we want to pursue chasing down home share agreements, and that provides lots of people with a viable income. So I just don't see that that's where we're going to go, but that's a personal opinion.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, I have a question for you. The word apartel seems to be the driving consideration and concern with the adjacent landowners. There's no difference in my understanding between an apartel and a multifamily an apartment building that is 60% Airbnb, is there? 80% Airbnb. The entire thing could be Airbnb'd out. And what's the difference between that and an apartel?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, it's always been administration's position that an apartel is a hotel. The name implies that, like they're basically saying we're kind of like a hotel. Right. So if you recall, when administration reported on this matter, we said that there's really no utility to adding apartel as a definition to the land use bylaw unless council wanted to, for some reason, treat apartels different than hotels. But if not, then the hotel definition captures it sufficiently. And if someone came in and they said, hey, we want to build or develop an apartel, we'd say, oh, great, well, that's a hotel, and here's where you can do it. And if they wanted to operate in residential districts, we'd say your only option is an apartment building.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Plott, did you have something else? Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just one other one that kind of concerns me in the market we're in is we're back to where I'm hearing oil and gas companies blocking off blocks of rooms or renting homes for crew housing, basically, where they're just popping people in overnight by the door. So back to this lease, if Halliburton decides to sign 20 doors as a lease, and they're the landlord, and somebody new is walking in through that door every 2 nights and sleeping in that bed, are they breaking their lease? Or they're the ones paying the rent, it's their employee? Because there's a gap in our economy really bad right now, I feel, for that. And so I'm hearing from lots of businesses that are struggling. I'm curious with this bylaw, would that touch that? Like, are we, if they sign the lease for a year and somebody new comes in every 2 days, are they breaking their lease?
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm not sure if they're breaking their lease, but I would suggest that it would be, say, if it were an apartment type setting, and let's say it was like 8-unit apartment, and they rented all 8, and then they were shuffling them like that, I would say that that's operating like a hotel. And enforcement action could be taken, and you'd have a pretty solid case. It goes back to some of our previous comments about enforcement and tracking these things down and operating, or enforcing on a complaint basis.
Okay.
Okay, so I see no one else. All right, Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I'm trying to figure out how enforcement actions work when they don't apply to a whole building. So you've got an apartment building, and you've got 6 floors in it, and 2 floors are leased out or owned by somebody, and they're doing the short-term thing. Who would the enforcement order go to? Would that be there'd be some sort of condo association that owns the building, and it would go to that association to enforce, or go to, like, how does that work when you're issues with units but not the building itself?
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Good question. I think we all ultimately always deal with the owner. So if it were an apartment building owned by a single owner, we would deal with the owner. We'd say, you have a lease with someone and this is what they're doing. So we'd be sending the orders to the owner. And in the case of a condo, then it would boil down to the unit, whoever owns the unit. Yeah.
So if it was a condo, then we think we could do stop orders on just particular units, that wouldn't impact everybody in that building.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I see, and sorry, I'm going to give Councillor Berg a minute because this public hearing was called to order, and he shouldn't be leaving the room during a public hearing. Maybe I'll give him, if you could, Councillor O'Connor, tell him he has about 10 seconds and he's no longer part of the public hearing. Well done, you three. Your side is failing tonight, just so you know. Okay. Yes. All right, so I'll remind council, once a public hearing is open, you cannot leave if you want to be part of the public hearing. No problem. So now I'll figure out where I was. So last opportunity for questions for administration. Seeing no one else in the queue. Thank you. Appreciate your time and your information. I will now move to the presentation and submission part of the public hearing. I will ask if there's anyone here to speak in support of this amendment rather. I will ask a second time if there's anyone here tonight to speak in support of the apartment building definition land use bylaw text amendment, bylaw C-1260-172. There's no one online, so I'll ask a third time if there's anyone here tonight to speak in support of this amendment. Seeing none, I will ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of this amendment. And if you're here to speak in opposition, please come forward, introduce yourselves, take 5 minutes to address council. Council may have questions for you. Your mic is on, so whenever you're set up, please just introduce yourself for those who are watching.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Angie Peters. I'm a resident in the Grand Banks neighborhood where this proposed development that brought forward this issue happened, and then also a property manager in the city, so some experience with rentals of various lengths of term. So I apologize, I'm not really prepared. Found out about this on Thursday afternoon and had a bit of a project supporting the community in the meantime. Just want to speak first, I guess, to the process of making this change to the bylaw. Fully anticipated that as the group of residents who brought this forward, that perhaps we would have been part of the conversations in a consultative process of looking at what kind of language might be appropriate. So we wouldn't be taking up council's time to do that this evening. And I understand that it was circulated to the chamber and posted on a website, but then not shared with the community until Thursday when essentially it was finished. So my questions really, if I had been part of that process, would have been in Calgary and Lethbridge, where we're modeling after, has this ever been challenged there to really, it's all fine that they've written that and they've had it and it's worked fine, but if it's never been challenged, we really don't know how strong the language is. Personally, I don't believe that the word occupied strengthens the authority that the city would have to mandate what's going on, because occupied exactly is just occupied, and it could be by a different person every day using that language. Also, had we had input into it, I would have encouraged at least 3 months as the minimum. I know some in the neighborhood have been talking since Thursday, saying even 6 months. So when I have people approaching me about renting short-term, replied to a few people that asked this evening during the meeting, a 1-month person is a different kind of person than a 3-month person, and actually a different kind of person than a 6-month person coming to our community. So I think if we're having some different language, 3 months may be a more appropriate length of time, and then probably using some language with respect to tenancy and individual tenants as opposed to just occupied, because occupied deals more with whether it's vacant or not. So I would suggest that we look a little bit more if we're changing the language to get something that would be more appropriate and stronger. And also then to Councillor Palat's comments that we do have a shortage of this kind of rental in the city, and perhaps changing this bylaw, it still really boils down to, is this the right place for that kind of construction to happen in the city? And maybe there are other ways to address location as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Don't leave yet. I recognize Councillor Blackmore may have a question.
Thank you, Ms. Peters, for coming in tonight. Because you are a property manager, my question is, do you have tenants that were on a lease but now run month to month on their lease, so they don't have a new lease, they're just renting month to month?
We hardly ever do that, actually, for various reasons. But if a person is month to month, that implies continuous. It doesn't imply they're only there for 1 month and then somebody else for 1 month and somebody else for 1 month. So if there were month to month, we would always, I think I can actually say, always 100% do a 3-month minimum stay to begin with. That's in our business because we're not in the short-term rental business. I direct all of those to the company in town who does that.
And the reason I asked that question is because I asked administration that question myself. Why are we limiting it to a 1 month? And the answer is because of the number of rental companies in town who have tenants who are legitimately renting month to month. So if we say you can't do that, you know, we're limiting their business. That was the answer that I received. It's difficult when you're writing legislation that deals with development rather than what happens 10 years down the road, right? This is prior to development, really, the land use bylaw.
Yes, so if I may, Your Worship, a month-to-month periodic tenancy is a very different situation than a 1 month tenancy or a weekly periodic tenancy. Even those are implied to be ongoing, not implied to be being very short term.
And I guess all I'm saying is that's why the term monthly is in here, for it to deal with that. Yeah.
Understood.
Okay. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for presenting to us. I appreciate it. In your presentation, you were talking about one specific site, but we do have to write our land use bylaw, so it applies citywide. So I just want to be. So if we did make this a 3-month thing, it would apply to all apartment buildings across the city. Would that concern you at all, or you think that would be an okay rule for all apartment buildings across the city?
Thank you, Mayor. I did think about that somewhat since Thursday as well, and that potentially that's where it may need to be a little bit more complex with a certain percentage or something like that, not that every single one would need to be. So, which makes the bylaw even more complex, and then how to enforce it. And I guess just bringing again to, are we writing this bylaw to skirt the real issue?
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thanks, Angie, for stepping up for the citizens of that area. As a property manager, and I'm just looking for ballpark, how many leases would you have typically that are 3 months versus 6 months versus a year? In other words, how common is a 3-month lease?
Less than 1% in our portfolio of over 700 properties. And I would, speaking for other, even larger REITs, I would also say I'd be quite accurate in it being a very, very small percentage.
Okay, then 6 months or versus a year? What is typical or common?
As far as terms, very typically not longer than a year, because that ties the hands of the landlord, because they can't increase the rent either, or they can only do that 1 year. So most common would be 1 year.
Okay,
and then I know a lot of companies just go then to month-to-month periodic afterwards, but the implication of all of that is that it is ongoing and not, I'm only in town for a short term.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just going back to this month lease, is that more typical when your 6 month or 9 month or year lease expires and then you're rolling into a month to month after that you would even get into a month to month scenario in most property managers' world, or?
Yes, that I would say so.
I'm just trying to get my head around, like, maybe when admin was looking at that, they weren't realizing there was a connectivity of the leases expired and there's kind of rolls into a month to month from there. My question for you is, you know, as Councillor Bressie said, I mean, we're trying to probably address and blanket a property, but when we do that, we have to blanket the whole city in its own way. So it could have unintended consequences for other future developments. What are your thoughts about a percentage of the building being a certain thing? And I appreciate you already kind of made a comment about policing it, but I'm trying to get my head around when we're going to police this at all. To be honest, I'm really worried about how the heck the city's actually going to get into policing and then looking at this. But What are your thoughts on a percentage of a building being a certain use like that, where it could be a shorter term lease? And if there was an opportunity for that, what do you think would be a fair mix in your experience if you were going to take an apartment building and allow some of it to be shorter term rentals? If there is a mix to be had, similar to how we would treat low income housing, there's a formula, and you wouldn't want to have too much product like that. But I'm curious if you have a metrics or that you've seen in your in your history with the industry.
Right, precisely. I was thinking then of the percentage that we often talk about for when we put the hard to house in scattered site situations, using some of that language, that once you get over 20%, you change the culture of your building. So if I were just picking a number based on other experiences, I would say 20%. But then just seeing again, maybe our issue here is actually not the length of stay, but the location. Does it fit to have that kind of a building adjacent to the neighborhood that it's adjacent and close to Eastlink? I think we're changing the bylaw with respect to occupancy because we don't have a mechanism to address our real situation that we have here.
No, and I don't disagree with you all. Just the unintended consequences that we might make something around one site, but appreciate the 20% number. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Peters. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Appreciate you coming tonight.
Thanks for your time.
I will ask a second time if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use amendment. Opposition, my apologies. A second time to see if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of this land use bylaw amendment. And knowing there's no one else online, that I will ask a third time if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of the land use bylaw amendment C-1260-172, which is apartment building definition land use bylaw text amendment bylaw C-1260-172. And it's not that I'd like to speak, I'm just giving, people some time in case they want to run up and oppose. Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing and move to business arising. And now that's when you all jump. And seeing no one, I need somebody to deal with the business. Thanks, Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I was just nervous that I might not get it right this time. So I'd move the council give first readings bylaw C-1260-172 being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
That motion is in order. No discussion or debate on first reading. I will call the question. And that carries 6-1. I will now move to second reading. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move the council give second readings bylaw C-1260-172. And just to speak to this, is this a perfect solution? No, probably not. But I really have troubles figuring out a perfect solution with the complexity that enforcement is and the complexity that a large city with different needs is. I think that this is I really don't think we can be creating a land use bylaws around one site in particular unless we're going to make that site direct control. I think that I totally get the concerns that neighbors in one neighborhood have about one particular development and what that might look like, but I think neighbors in any neighborhood would likely have similar concerns. And so that's why I think it's so important that as we're changing a land use bylaw that we're thinking about the city as a whole. And it is a complex thing when you're looking at not just potential apartels, when you're looking at Creozes, when you're looking at Airbnb, when you're looking at people who are going away to Europe for some time and they want to rent out their house while they're going to Europe. There's all kinds of complicated things, and I've been racking my brain for months trying and reading other land use bylaws in other places and haven't found that perfect solution yet. But I think this is maybe it's something we need to continue talking about, but I think that this is progress in the right direction. And I think that this is something that will address some concerns without negatively impacting properties across the city. So I'm open to further conversation on do we need to do more after tonight. But as a starting point, I'd encourage council to pass this bylaw as it is right now.
Thank you for your motion. The motion is in order. Opportunity for discussion and debate. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I voted against this motion and I will continue to vote against it tonight. While I appreciate the work and time and effort that administration put in strengthening the land use bylaw in this regard, I don't feel this change actually accomplishes strengthening the land use bylaw. In fact, to me, what was already there was more clear than the language before us tonight. And I don't believe that it addressed the issue sufficiently that we sent administration away to work on. So I'm not sure that there is a solution. I think that we probably have a perfectly useful land use bylaw as it is. And like Councillor Bressie said, the land use bylaw does not address individual sites, but the city as a whole, and we need to keep that in mind too. So for those reasons, I'm not going to support second or third reading.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm in the same boat. I also can't support it, and I can totally empathize for one area of town, but when we make policy, we've had these same conversations about trying to give a tax incentive to try to create development, and we can't. And so I just really worry that the unintended consequences of this policy doesn't achieve what we want. Do I want the project to go ahead in its current form? Probably not, but I can say we stay in a lot of VRBOs, and I tend to find the ones that I've stayed at a higher quality when I'm in an apartment building and a higher cleanliness and better landscaping typically than a lot of the apartments I see in our own city. So I don't even know if it could be as negative as we think it is, other than more people potentially moving into the site. I'm also going to be a little bit honest. I'm disappointed with our consultation. It's sad hearing that we didn't reach out to property manager. I spoke to another property manager last week. They hadn't heard of it as well. And I think we have a real opportunity, again, just like we were talking earlier about, to work and integrate back with our business community. We're really fortunate in Grande Prairie to have some very good locally owned property management companies. So I would have loved, before we go ahead and just let's get something on the books to make a policy, I would love that conversation was a heck of a lot more robust with our local property managers that could have added value in this conversation. So I don't want to see us put a policy in today that we're going to turn around and amend in 3 months, because I just think that makes us look like we haven't done our homework. So as much as I understand why we're trying to put this in, my third thing that I really struggle with is I still don't know how the heck we're going to place this. If it's self-governed by people, I just think that leaves a lot of interpretation up for people, and I don't think this is going to get the intent we wish it would. And it's all about one piece of property that we might not want a project on. So I think this is just being a little bit overreactionary, in my opinion, to try to get to a solution. If we're going to try to get that solution, let's slow it down and do it in a bit of better format. I don't think it's going to change the outcome of this proponent tomorrow. There's still no funding in place. He's added extended a development permit. But I think if we were serious about this, we could come back with better amendments and a plan than what this is to move forward with. So I won't be supporting any readings tonight on this at all.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I think going back 6 months, and I wasn't too excited about it either. And I have the same concerns of the people that said they wouldn't support it as I do as well. And yeah, I'd like to try something new, but there's too many unknowns how to change back. So I will not be supporting this one. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, I will call a question on second reading. And that is defeated 6-1. So we're good on this bylaw, unless council has any other business arising. This bylaw amendment, sorry. Unless council has any other business arising. Okay, seeing none, we're moving on to delegation business. For 2 delegations tonight. First one was 16.1, Miss Susan Schneider. That is a tongue twister for me. I will look to business arising in regards to that presentation. Councillor Blackmore.
I have a question for administration. I guess Chief Lemieux probably. Is there an opportunity on this site to move the batting cages further away from residential, such as on the other side? I see Miss Bieberdorf coming up, so apparently she's stepping into your shoes.
I think I'll ask Ms. Bieberdorf to start with that question.
Perfect, Ms. Welcome, and your mic's on.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So we did look at 3 possibilities on that site, keeping in mind that it is a storm pond. So when engineering looked at the 3 options, that was the best location to avoid pooling of the water because it's a permanent structure. If it was temporary, it could just about go anywhere, but because it's a permanent structure with a concrete base, that was the flattest area to still allow for water to drain over it.
Is it a bad thing that if there were water pooling here and there throughout the summer, that the concrete was in water? Is that a bad thing? And I ask that because I don't believe that there is a lot of water that accumulates in that storm pond, or it doesn't accumulate very often. Otherwise, we wouldn't have them playing cricket there.
Ms. Bieber?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I don't want to comment on that. Unfortunately, engineering wasn't able to be here tonight, but I don't want to make any assumptions on the water pooling in the concrete.
I think it's a question we might want to ask before we make a decision.
Okay. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a concern I had when I first seen it. So not only are we pitching into somebody's fence, but it looks like if you actually hit the ball, you're hitting it right at a playground. And so I'm just wondering, when I look at that site, if we would have just turned that, you know, when I'm looking at our package, if we would have turned that, instead of it running east-west, if it would have just ran straight to the south, they would have just been hitting into their big open pitch. We could have left it up on the higher spot and found another location where they were just hitting straight south into their big wide open pitch with no parks or structures. I'm just wondering why this site within that area was looked at where it's hitting onto a playground versus turning it and having it hitting into the field.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. If you put it north-south, there wouldn't be enough room for the pitcher to also pitch the ball because there's a walking path in the way. So if you put the pitch further back, there's a hill and then the walking path, so there wouldn't be enough room for the batter and the pitcher.
And just one other question, if I can.
Go ahead, yep.
So when cricket came earlier, I believe it was this year to talk about it, we'd asked to identify other potential spaces for cricket, and this come up. I'm just wondering if there was other spaces identified. The reason I'm asking that, I appreciate that this is where they want to play, and this gives them a practice option, but we could put this facility somewhere else in the city, in my opinion, and actually expand cricket's, I guess, opportunities or options to have more than one facility. I'm really struggling with this location, and I have a lot of empathy for the owner when I see where those balls are coming in at, and that if you actually hit when you're hitting at a park. So I'm not in support of it staying where it's currently at, but I'd love to identify another location for it, if possible.
Councillor Blackmore. Okay. Councillor O'Toole. Okay. Councillor Bressie.
If I'm the only one in the queue, I'm ready to do business.
Go. Councillor Berg has a question first.
Yeah, and this question is for Chief Lemieux. Chief Lemieux, were other locations in the city explored besides these?
That's before my time, so I don't have that answer. I'm not sure if Katie
I think
does.
Ms. Bieberdorf probably knows. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. We did look at other sites. The Cricket Association requested this one in particular because they can practice while games are going on and go back and forth between the practice pitch and warm up and then go over to play their games. And also to address Councillor Palat, we did have staff out observing the batting cage and the use of it. When hit properly, the ball does hit the top of the cage. If it's not hit properly, it does come out, but at a fairly lower velocity, and it's typically rolling on the ground. It's not up in the air. So they did observe some balls on the ground, but not going at a fast enough pace to hit someone. Like it could bump into them, but likely not do damage.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you for a second chance here. Was there any talk of putting netting up, more netting up around the area so it's not an eyesore, but it definitely does help the safety of the pitches?
Thank you. Yes, we did talk to the association about that as well. But again, with the balls mostly rolling on the ground, they weren't confident that netting would stop them from rolling unless you put something behind the pitcher, I suppose, to stop the balls from rolling, which we could explore.
Thank you. I just got one more question. Did we find other areas in the city where we could possibly put another pitch?
Through the mayor, we do have some other locations that would be large enough to put a full pitch. Specifically, probably north of Riverstone School would be large enough, but they do take up a significant piece of property for the full pitch.
Okay, thank you.
I have Councillor Berg, then Councillor Bressie waiting patiently for business arising.
Yeah, thank you. I had a two-part question and it moved on a little quick. So when the delegation was in, they were actually asking us for a larger space. Was that to add a practice field, or was it just to expand their area, just due to a small pitch?
Ms. Bieberdorf?
Thank you. You're speaking back in the winter, I believe. Yeah, when we brought the report back in February, their request was to remain at Northridge. But if we wanted to move the full site, we certainly could explore other options now.
Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. I actually do have one question before business.
Okay.
We did hear from the delegation about balls getting into backyards. Do you know anything about how balls are ending up in backyards and how often that's happening?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm not entirely certain how they're getting into the backyards from that particular practice pitch, because the houses would be west and they're hitting east. So we would have to explore that further.
I've tried pitching cricket before, and I might have an idea about how I can get it in the yard.
It should stay in the cage. That's the idea.
Pretty bad. I'm ready to.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I would move the council direct administration to bring back a report outlining both potential safety changes to the existing cricket facility and potential alternate locations to locate cricket. And just to speak to this, when I first saw that cage, I was actually a little bit queasy in my stomach. That used to be the park that my kids love the most in the city, and they love biking up and down that path and playing in that park. I don't know why, but that was their favorite park. And it's just I understand that it's probably pretty low risk in terms of how often balls are going to go over there, but anybody ever did get hit there, I'd feel really bad. But more importantly, as a parent, even if balls never are coming up there, I don't know if I'd feel safe playing there, just seeing the chance that balls might come there. And similar to when we had issues with hockey pucks going in backyards a couple of years ago, it doesn't matter how much force it's coming into a yard. If there's things regularly ending up in yards, period, that's not acceptable to me. So I think there's I would like to see either some changes on the site, or if that's not feasible, then maybe it is time that we find cricket a real facility. It was interesting going to Punjabi Mullah and seeing how many cricket jerseys there were, and it's a growing sport, and maybe it is time anyways that we find it a real facility that's not a storm pond, whether that's Riverstone, whether that's by the CKC stands, whether that's somewhere else. I don't know if it's worth the money and the work to move it, but I think it's worth at least consideration. And so I hope council will carry this. And just to speak to motion, I need to look at the wording, see if it captured right, but probably can just say to admin, I'm hoping that it's probably obvious, but I'm hoping that cost options come along with this report too, that we get to, I don't know what it would cost to build the cricket pitch somewhere else, but I'd love to know that.
Okay, so Councillor Bressie, does that address your intent? Comments or questions on the motion? Councillor O'Connor.
There we go.
Those mics are difficult.
Oh, they are. I personally know one. I'm just concerned about, are you talking the batting cage being moved as well? You don't mention that in here, and I'm just curious as to finding another location for it, because it's not only the noise and the danger, it's the direction it's headed towards the playground. So
Councillor Bressie?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor O'Connor. I intentionally wasn't prescriptive in this motion because I want to let administration explore. So maybe administration gets into it and realizes it can be moved or relocated. Maybe it's putting up netting. Maybe it's something else. So I intentionally wasn't prescriptive in what kind of solutions I want to just have them consult with cricket, consult with the neighbors, consult with our internal experts, and figure out what they feel is best.
I'm happy to support the motion, not for the latter part of your comments, because I believe administration already did do an extensive amount of work to find a fit for this facility. You know, it, as identified, there was worried about drainage, worried about flat ground. I think that if this comes back, that it indicates a potential alternate location is needed. then maybe that's a great outcome. I don't think, but optimistically, maybe there's something that was missed the first go around in where it was placed. But so happy to support it, but I don't think we're going to find a lot of, oh yeah, it should just get moved this way. So happy to support it and recognizing Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I just want to speak up a little bit regarding the pitch itself. It's not a problem at all. It doesn't go into, like, no balls have ever been into any neighbors. There was a concern a couple of years ago because we put netting up and it was an eyesore to the same lady that was here today. But I can see possibly in the near future that we may need to do something to address the batting cage.
All right, Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, that was my comment, the same as Councillor O'Toole. I appreciate the motion, want to support it, but I guess when it comes back, it doesn't address, and maybe then it's a secondary motion when the report comes back, it doesn't address this specific pitch right now. That are we going to let them continue to have this practice batting cage, right? Because if the report comes back and can identify a new location, I still think there will be work coming to council. So I guess for me, happy to get the report back, happy to support it, but I wouldn't be able to support it staying in this location without some altercations in the future. So I guess we'll wait for the report to come back, and if it doesn't meet it, then it'll be up to one of us to make a secondary motion on further information.
Okay, Councillor Bressy to close.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and the reason I'm asking for both safety enhancements here and a location is so that we don't have, if we ask for just one, then maybe we have to go back and do another 3 or 4 months of waiting to figure out. So I think it's important. Also, I'm excited to see what other potential locations there are. I think that they've said this is adequate for them, but it just doesn't feel like a real sport when you're pulling up to a little neighborhood and you're seeing a storm pond. I'm great that they're a group that just seems enthusiastic and thankful for what they get, but at the same time, it's watching their sport grow. I'd love to find them at least sometime. Maybe it's not right now, maybe it's sometime in the future, but I'd love to start finding them a place that just feels like a real place to host regional and the provincial events that they're starting to host.
All right, so that was Councillor Bressy's close. I'll call the question. That's carried unanimously. I just have a request, Ms. Bieberdorf, in the report. It's not a direction because I'm not looking to make a motion, but if it can include the statistics on cricket and what you know in regards to the numbers of cricket players, etc. Sure. Thanks. Moving on to second item of business, the Grande Prairie Legion. Tonight they were here to have a request in regards to banners and regimental flags. Councillor Blackmore.
Again, I have a question for administration. I'm wondering if any of the development that was raised by the Legion this evening is on our radar already as a project for completion. I don't know who's going to answer that.
I will take that to Mr. Harvard, and in my opinion, it's kind of a parks and transportation issue. If you're not aware, feel free to say you don't know.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I don't know. But
okay, thank you.
However, I will find out.
Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. Miller, did you have anything to add? Okay, our CFO is now going to get into parks and transportation. It's perfect. Oh, yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. It's not immediately in the capital plan, and I can't speak for future years yet. I've not looked that far ahead to see if it's there. So I also don't know, unfortunately.
Okay. Would anyone else like to say they don't know? Okay, great. Councillor Blackmore, did you have any other questions?
I think that the Legion has brought forward some great ideas, and I think that the Canadian Legion is a valuable nonprofit organization in our community. However, I'm not sure which direction to go in, given the lack of information available to us. And so perhaps we could table this until or postpone it till the August 21st meeting and maybe have more information at that time.
So possibly you could make a motion, direct administration, to bring back potential options for the request from the Royal Canadian Legion.
Did you get that, Leona? I so move.
Thank you. I did have one comment before I go to Councillor Bressy. The flags and the banners, seems like low-hanging fruit, the options. The sidewalk, I remind council that it was a significant portion of the downtown rehabilitation went to streetscape. So there are I think if I recall, about 40% of the $44 million went to streetscape. So that's a different conversation in my opinion, but the flags and the banners, I think that's a great initiative, and I look forward to seeing what administration brings forward in options. Councillor Bressie.
And the sidewalk's really not in good shape.
Yeah. So my motion would be in banners and flags to bring back the information in potential opportunities for banners and flags. If somebody else wants to make a sidewalk motion, I think that's a different item and probably requires more significant work than a report on what an opportunity on flags and banners is. Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I was going to say something similar in terms of I think it's important to remind members of the public that the downtown rehabilitation was never about streetscape and sidewalks. It was always about we had underground pipes where some were imminently going to collapse, and we didn't want to be dealing with a January have to dig up the roads to help people get water into their property. And we also had some properties that we wanted to see some redevelopment for, and they didn't have adequate sewage capacity. And so we had to dig up the roads anyways. And while we were doing that, you may as well make the sidewalks really spectacular. And so for me, I've got zero interest right now in talking about spending millions of dollars on making a block look better. But I've got a lot of interest in finding ways that we can do the flags and banners. And so I have noticed that the wording of this motion change. I could definitely support it as is. I could definitely, and I'm curious if this is what Councillor Blackmore wants to move, because if it is, I can support this. Want to do the work for flags and banners, but not for sidewalks right now.
So the motion is council direct administration to bring back potential options for the request of banners and flags from the Grande Prairie Legion. And it's the Royal Canadian Legion, but.
I'm okay with this motion. I feel that it's important that we address some of the issues that they raised. I still would like to know where the streetscaping and services for that particular stretch of road are on the capital plan.
So possibly, Mr. Harvard, could you send an email to council when you get the information on what phase streetscaping was on that block? I know there's another 6 phases in the downtown plan that haven't received capital funding, and one of those phases I'm sure includes sidewalks on that block.
Absolutely, I will do that.
Okay.
Yeah. So then I'm happy with this motion.
Perfect. Okay, so seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question on this motion. And that's carried unanimously. We will now move to council member reports, and I'm going to start with Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. The last couple of weeks, I missed the last council agenda, and since then, for the most part, I have been traveling around for sports with my kids, and just recently got to come back from the Alberta Summer Games in Okotoks, and did get to see a good contingent of city staff, as well as some of our volunteers in that group, and getting me more and more excited about where I think our city is going to go with that. I think that, Okotoks did a fine job with their games. I'm excited about what the city is going to do with our games. So, other than meeting with some constituents, no other updates.
Thanks for that. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm going to use up Councillor Thiessen's time as well as my own.
Great.
As he usually uses up the rest of our times. So last week I was in Boise, Idaho, attending the Pacific Northwest Economic Region Conference. This conference is a cool conference that really focuses on cross-border or international trade and economic development and the barriers to that trade and economic development. So first, some fun facts about Idaho. A city in Idaho called Arco was actually the first city powered by nuclear energy in the world. And they have a submarine base in Idaho. Who would have guessed it? Just south of Bayview, and it's actually the submarine base where the U.S. Marine and Navy Corps do all of their testing and development of technology for their submarines, because it's not accessible to other countries. So it makes sense when you think of it that way. And so some of the sessions that I attended that I found very useful was they had quite a long session on critical minerals, which are the minerals that go into the development of batteries and support the technology that needs to take place in order for us to move to a more, to less reliance on fossil fuels. The top 3 producers of critical minerals in the world are China, Russia, and Brazil. Besides the fact that they manipulate those products to bring other people to their point of view, they're also really unreliable. The next 3 are Canada, US, and Australia. And if we were to gather together and work cooperatively, we would actually take over the #1 spot in the development of critical minerals. However, the problem that we have with that is it can take up to 20 years or even longer to get through the environmental processes in order to open a mine in the Western world. That is a significant roadblock into developing an industry that right now we are, relying on third world countries to produce basically blood critical minerals in support of our need to have a smartphone in our hand. Canada, or Alberta specifically, has the ability to produce 22 of the 32 critical minerals. And we are right now able to do 20 of those, not in great volumes, but we do take a lot of critical minerals out of the mines at Fort McMurray, which are already in existence, and so that makes it easier. One of the things that was raised in this session was that Germany, realizing that they have no ability to build a mine because their environmental restrictions are very lengthy, are in the process of passing through their legislative world that environmental permits need to be produced in 2 years. They're not asking for any restrictions, or they're not asking for environmental issues to be not enforced. They're simply saying you need to do this process in 2 years rather than 20 years. And if we don't do the same thing, we are significantly handicapping ourselves. One of the interesting things about that is in the Red Dog mine, speaking of international trade, the Red Dog mine is in Alaska. The ore that it produces is sent to Trail, BC to be smeltered, and then it travels by rail to the rest of the world. And they have a significant business in many critical minerals. Another session I attended was called Opening Doors, and it was Innovative Strategies for Increasing Workforce Housing. And I only bring this up because I didn't really learn anything there other than Grande Prairie and our region is actually ahead of the curve with our Grand Spirit Foundation, with lower income housing and access to emergency funding for those who are at risk of homelessness. Many of those programs do not exist at all south of the Canadian-US border, and so that's something that they were really interested in what Canadians were doing for that. I did not let the mayor down. I did attend a high-performance rail service session. I can't say that I was really optimistic there. The U.S. does have government incentives in place to reopen and repurpose lines that are closed or not operational. And interestingly enough, the Department of Defense is a driving force behind that because they see economic security and they see financial security as national security. So that was interesting. And they did say that it's good to remember for us in all areas of economic development, there is nothing that we export that cannot be sourced elsewhere in the world if we do not deliver efficiently, affordably, and dependably. Our foreign customers have demonstrated they can and will find other sources. And a good example of that was when the U.S. could not supply wheat to Japan. It worked out for us because they came to Canada. but they've never gone back to the US either. So that's what happens when you're not able to get your product to market. And so a note to council, I would really encourage you to think about attending that conference in the future. The next one is at Whistler next July. It is a very effective conference. And, you know, often I come home from a conference and I don't think I learned anything. This is not the case for this one. Thank you. I think I took up even part of Mike's time.
Thanks, Councillor Blackmore. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Well, I dibs Councillor Bosch's time. A few things I got to go to is I got to go on the county road tour with Councillor O'Connor. So the county councillors every year, they do a bus tour of various capital and other projects around the community to see with their eyeballs what they get to hear about in council chambers. And they invited us to go and see what they're dealing with. And it was very interesting. It was especially interesting to see some of the wetland projects they have going on, where when you develop over a wetland, you give some money to the provincial government to develop wetlands elsewhere, and now those are starting to be built in our region. And it was very interesting to see, and thankful for that work that's improving our watershed. I got to attend a police commission meeting with Councillor O'Toole. Definitely lots of work to do there. I know the highlight for me was we started talking about branding of the police service. If we're going to recruit officers this year and start training them early next year, we need to have uniforms for them, which means we need to have a crest and a logo and things like that. And a lot of the conversation was about how we're going to consult with the community, especially various cultural groups, about the branding of the organization. And that's just the first of many consultations I think will happen. And I know to some people, they're going to hear that and go, well, that's silly, it's branding, who cares about that? But there are some people, and especially people of certain cultural traditions, who very much do care what they see on the emblem of their police service. So I think that is very important work that we're working hard to make sure that the community can see itself in this police service. The best thing I want to highlight, though, was I got to attend the Reading U graduation along with Councillor Thiessen. And I've always been a supporter of that program, but this year it was personal. I had a son there who's, despite mom and dad's best efforts, has always really struggled to read and doesn't like doing it all. And because of that, it's often a battle to get him to school. And I know our experience was he did not want to go to Reading U the first day. We had to fight him tooth and nails for about 2 weeks to get him to the first day. And by the second day, he was saying, Dad, why can't I do this every summer? And just loved every single day. And about 2 weeks in, for the first time in his life, he fell asleep with a book. And
that's awesome.
I know today my wife took him to the library. And it's the first time that when we said, hey, we're going to the library, he's enthusiastically said, I can't wait to go. Instead of, why do I have to go there? And so I'm so thankful for that program. I really, we're only a week out, but I just see a different confidence, a different ability, and more importantly, a different love of reading that my son just didn't have. And as parents have tried desperately to foster that and haven't been successful despite our best efforts and best efforts of wonderful teachers, those 3 weeks I really think are going to make a lasting impact on my son. And I know talking to other parents there, that was the universal experience, I'm pretty sure, of the 165 kids that went through those 3 weeks. So holy smokes, am I so thankful for that program in our community.
Perfect. Thank you for your comments. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Did the county road tour as well. Really enjoyed it. Amazing the science that goes behind building a wetland. And it's, I would encourage anyone in this there. There's one by south of Saskatoon when you're going in, it's on the left-hand side. It's incredible and you go there and they picked up frogs that were never there before. So it's very cool. Did 2 Champions Gym mock councils with Councillor Thiessen, and that went really well. There are leaders that are future leaders, really, and they talked about potholes this one time. They were exaggerating immensely. Went to meet with the MD of Greenview with City Council. That was a good meeting. And the Punjabi Mela event. It was interesting watching their basically tag football kind of thing. Anyway, it was interesting to watch. Went to International Papers 50 years celebration, and that was opened up in '73, where I got my first job in Grande Prairie, and one of the fellows there, he won his 50-year pin, and I had worked with the gentleman back in the day, so I don't want to say how old I am. Anyway, and the Sunrise House Barbecue, they now are locking out homelessness. And last was going to the Street Performers Festival. It was amazing, the talent that comes here. And kudos to the Downtown Association and Councillor Bosch on putting on a wonderful event for the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. Started off, I went to the Grand Con meet and greet event. It turned out to be quite an event. I went to the Police Commission meeting as well with Mr. Bressy. We had a council meeting with the MD of Greenview. I couldn't attend the meeting, but we did meet after the meeting, and I was able to do that. Once again, the Punjabi Mela traditional family games, and it was celebration supported by the East Indian farmers back in the day. And this was the first one ever to be held in Grande Prairie, and it looks like the success rate was pretty high. They had people come as far away as Calgary to participate in some of the events. Attended also that same day the Filipino Basketball Interprovincial Tournament, and I'll just give you some numbers. I think I mentioned them at committee, but there was 144 players plus family members. There was 12 teams with 12 players each. They come from Lloydminster, Edmonton, Red Deer, Calgary, Fort St. John, Dawson Creek, Edson, Cold Lake, Fairview. Grande Prairie had 5 teams. There was divisions of 55 plus, the elite, the open, and the 18 and under. And also I attended the International Paper 50 Years in Business. I remember going to the ribbon cutting when Canadian Bechtel was going to start construction on that. And then Procter & Gamble moved in, and then Weyerhaeuser, and now we've got the International Paper. But I was at St. Clement School. I skipped a little school and went for lunch, and I figured we'd get hot dogs or hamburgers. Heck no, they fed us steaks, so there was a good choice on my part. I also attended the barbecue and launch for the homeless campaign at Sunrise House. My wife and I bought a couple of walks to help out. And also the Street Festival Frolic was another meet and greet with the sponsors at the KMSC Theater at John Paul II School. As well, Saturday and Sunday I spent in Peace River volunteering for their air show. It was very well attended on Saturday. The weather was kind of bad Saturday night and caused a little havoc, but still very well attended on Sunday as well. And that was my report.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. My committee was Peace Library System on Saturday. Nothing too thrilling, just working through transportation issues, as the Peace Library System covers a huge part of the province. And its hub is here in Grande Prairie, but it supplies libraries with books and books exchange throughout the entire region. Attended a regional branding session with the MD in the county, and the goal of that is that the 3 of us will speak as one, as we're trying to attract major business, but also speaking with one voice to the upper levels of government. On July 17th, I was honored to give greetings on behalf of Council at the International Paper 50th Anniversary Celebration. A couple of fun side things. I did attend the Street Performers Festival and Grand Con. One of the things that I did was had a beautiful chat with a young man at the Grand Con, and he's from Grande Prairie, originally from Korea. And what he had done is he published his own little comic book about how his basically going through life, being from South Korea, now in Grande Prairie. And so he mentions a few landmarks and a few different things, but it's just an interesting cultural perspective. And so thanks, Stefano, for the chat. And then another thing that I just did for fun, and I found this out via the city's Facebook page and decided that something that I'm now going to do. It's something I wanted to do for a long time, and that was take the Rotary bus tour. It goes Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays up until the end of August, and meets at 6:15 at the Center 2000. And basically, I just shut my mouth and was trying to play the best I could a tourist and basically see the city through a tour guide's eyes, which is something that I hadn't done before. The one thing that I did learn, and it was actually about art, and the sculpture in front of the Center for Creative Arts. I've known that that was a gift exchange with Grande Prairie, Texas, but the one thing that I didn't realize is that it creates a G and a P from different angles. So again, that was the one thing that I did learn on the tour, but it's free. And it's about 2 hours on a school bus, and it was about 26 degrees, but we had the windows open, so we didn't cook in there. But it's just a good event, and suggest that for anybody this summer. And that, Mayor, is my report.
Mayor Clayton, can I be like Councillor Bosch and make an addition?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
There's only one of you allowed, so she's not here. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Blackmore.
Also in Boise, Idaho, we went on a policy tour of the National Interagency Fire Center. This center is the command hub for cruise aircraft equipment, radio mobilization from coast to coast across the U.S. It also has agreements with Canada and Australia to provide support. So, for example, they manage 38,000 radio communication kits, which can include anywhere from 18 to 48 radios in each kit. And right now, some of those kits are providing supports to the fires in Fort St. John and Mackenzie. And any crew that comes into Canada to fight fire comes through the National Interagency Fire Center. So we learned while we were there that there would be a crew coming to northeastern BC from Brazil. And we actually arrived in the region the same day they did. So we had advanced knowledge that they were coming. Because of the cuts to our own fire suppression in Alberta, I think looking at how they manage fire is important, and they absolutely do a good job. They knew about our fire, and they talked to my husband and I about the Dunes fire, and they had been monitoring it throughout the fire and passed along kudos to our people that it was well managed and they did not have to send anyone. So they said congratulations on a great event, which we thought was funny that they would call it a great event. So congratulations, Chief Lemieux.
Absolutely. All right. Many of the items that I attended were already mentioned, but I have a lot of different ones as well. I've spent a lot of time traveling between Edmonton and Grande Prairie, getting more familiar with the new ministers that have recently been appointed, as well as having great conversations in regards to council's strategic priorities. Myself and our chief of staff and our intergovernmental director met with our newly appointed MLAs to get them up to speed on our strategic priorities. In the near future, council as a whole will sit down and we'll have a much more full conversation. I also had the opportunity, as you recall, in 2024, we're hosting the National Aboriginal Hockey Championship, and we're the first Alberta community to do so. With that, I had the opportunity to speak and request from Chief Sunshine, Chief Horseman, and Chief Glaju that they join the committee for the National Aboriginal Hockey Championships. And I was very pleased, and I'm very pleased to report that they all agreed to join the committee. So that was great news to see such regional representation from our Indigenous partners. I also attended the Smart Airports and Regions Conference. Well, sort of. I didn't attend the whole conference. I attended part of it as I had other meetings going on, and I was asked to be a guest of someone. So it was incredible. I heard from the executive general manager of the Paris airport how innovative Edmonton's airport is and how they're doing such incredible things as a a hub, and their technology is significantly advanced of many other Canadian airports. So it was good to know that we have a partner in the region that is exceeding in their industry. Also attended with our Chief of Staff the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce Premier's Luncheon, which was a great opportunity to have conversations with deputy ministers as well as multiple ministers in the room and business executives in Edmonton. I had the opportunity to be interviewed, I think, also to Councillor Berg on the TELUS Story Hive. And wouldn't you know it, as I'm being interviewed, who walks up but the volunteer of every year, Dougie. And so Dougie also had an interview, which was great to see, as he truly represents our community on a daily basis. I was in Calgary when the Stampede was on. Didn't get to the fairgrounds once, as it was extremely busy. Had multiple meetings with government and industry stakeholders. It was a very good, productive, busy few days. In the item that I missed in relation to us hosting the National Aboriginal Hockey Championship, I'd like to thank and congratulate our very own Shannon Dunfield, who has been leading the charge, and Calgary will host the 2027 North American Indigenous Games. So congratulations to Calgary, and thank you to Shannon Dunfield, who sits on that committee and really has been working hard, not only in supporting us in our bid for the hockey championship, but supporting Calgary in their bid. I had the opportunity to attend the Street Performers Festival. As always, kudos to the incredible volunteers, Mr. Ailing and his team that continue to put on an exceptional event. It was a great downtown weekend. In addition, adjacent to it was Rib Fest. There was many things going on in our community, and it just really goes to show there is really something for everyone in our community. On Saturday night, I attended the Shakun Melede, which is a ladies' cultural Indian celebration. Thank you to Shaminder Minhas for inviting me. It was a room full of color and only women and children, and it really was the first time that they told the men they weren't allowed to come, so it was quite a fun evening and lots of laughs were had, so thank you to her for inviting me. I think that is everything that hasn't been mentioned. So with that, thank you for your time, and we'll see you again soon. Council will be on a break for 2 weeks. We'll be back in a council chambers on August 21st, but we'll obviously be back before then. So look forward to seeing you soon. Thanks.